Abbas, 3 slips, bowls. Knife just pushes that towards mid-on, fielded by Keith Barker. And there is no run. Still quite blustery, isn't it? But I'm in a great spot, just up on the cliff, and I'm 30 yards from the beach, but obviously quite a walk downwards. But lovely view. I'm really enjoying where I am. Got up late last night, had a quick look across Scarborough, and all the lights are on. Real holiday feels lovely. Abbas runs away from us once more and bowls. That's full. He's playing a missing outside the off stump, through to Ben Brown. Just held its line there, Abbas. This does look difficult.
Decidedly so. Neil Dutton says, morning Doidge, he looks a bit fresh in Scarborough this morning. Not an ideal start for Yorkshire, but wondering where can us mere mortals purchase official Scarborough stripe merchandise? Well, quite easy. Just turn up at the ground, Neil, and just do a slide on your knee.
Or if you don't want to pay the admission price, just find a bit of lawn somewhere in Scarborough and do the same. Oh, he's bowled! Left it alone, and it's come back, and Lythe has gone. That is the second wicket that's fallen this morning. 1 run on the board for Yorkshire. And Abbas earlier in the over got one to nip away. That's nipped back. Lythe's missed it. Not only missed it, but not played a shot at it. Oh, it's come off his bat. No, it's an inside edge. It's come off his bat.
It was a late leave, wasn't it? Didn't get his bat out of the way in time. So 1 for 2. And we're only into the second over.
This should be all over before the rain comes.
1.3 overs in. Yorkshire, well, they were 125 for 5 against Surrey in just into the afternoon session of the first day last time, and ended up getting 500 and something. Although one of the major contributors to that is walking back to the pavilion right now.
Wow. Umpires are just having a look at the wicket, but that's apologies, because we're slightly just to the left of the wicket as we look, so we're sort of wideish mid-on. So difficult to tell. Initially that looked as though it nipped back, but actually on the live picture feed, which you can watch the pictures to go with that commentary, as well as BBC Sport Online, you'll see that the ball just caught the inside edge as Lythe pulled the bat away a little too late. Wow, what a start from Hampshire. Good crowd. Is this a good crowd, or is it slightly down than you would expect here? Doidge?
It's reasonable, but they had 3,000 plus the first couple of days against Surrey. It wouldn't be that big, would it? No. Just yet, but there are people still coming in. It's first morning, so with it being a Monday as well, maybe rather than stay on the Sunday, people have just come across today and will be staying a few nights during the week. So there might be quite a lot still to come in during this morning session. Maybe also seeing the forecast, sort of ponderously arriving rather than rushing to get here on time for the start. Yeah.
Well, mind you, if some of the hotels around here are anything like mine, you can't have breakfast before 8 o'clock. So by the time you've done that, you'd be late anyway.
Yeah, same with mine.
Is it? Not allowed to go into the dining room before 8 o'clock. It's lovely. Right, here we go then. It's who's this? Will Frayne. It is facing Abbas, right-hander. Frayne leaves that one alone. Good carry through to Ben Brown. And there's no run. So 1 for 2 here, Yorkshire. George Hill for no score. Lythe for 1. The 2 batters already back in the pavilion. So how far are we from the sea, this ground, do you reckon?
Not very. Probably by the time you walk it from where we're situated in the com box here, I'd say 400 yards.
400 yards, not too far. Abbas bowls, legs ball, which Frayne pushes up to mid-off, fielded by Abbas. So 2 overs gone this morning. Yorkshire winning the toss, election to bat first. 1 for 2.
Yeah, and a lot to do. Apparently in favourable overhead conditions, but on a wicket that looks that beautiful straw colour that we associate with good batting conditions below. So the overheads and the bowling winning at the moment, and a lot of work for Yorkshire to do. They lost that reverse fixture, as we said, by a couple of wickets down at the Ageas Bowl earlier in the campaign, and lost in successive matches, having had that break before coming here to Scarborough and being beaten with 3 balls to spare by Surrey 2 weeks ago. Here's Barker round the wicket to Cola Cadmore, who's stepping across and shouldering arms. TKC, of course, gave notice of his abilities to his future county Somerset last week with that 100 against them.
That was his first championship game of the season.
Yep, in his first 100 since the last match of the 2019 season.
Has he been injured then?
He was hit on the head when he was out in the Pakistan Super League, and so concussion issues, which have been ongoing. He pushes this next ball to mid-off. So he was playing in the T20, as you know, because obviously you saw him on semi-finals day, and he had a good competition. Really good in that format. And of course, has got a 100 contract as well. And glued together a few Yorkshire knocks during the T20. He did miss one or two as well. Here he is, that familiar crouched and then stand tall way of going that he has in his stance. Drops this out into the offside. No run. But on the back of what we've seen, I suspect these two might be just a little bit circumspect for a while here.
Yeah, wow. Bang, bang, isn't it? Straight away. Hampshire right in there.
So Barker turns again. Leaves the Trafalgar Square end of the ground behind him. And in he comes, and Kohler Cadmore's got an edge on that, but it's wide of third slip and will be the first boundary of the day through the vacant third man. 5 for 2.
Dave Allen's tweeted, Hampshire's honorary archivist is listening this morning. Morning to you, Dave, at Solent Sport. Looks like a beautiful Yorkshire morning in comparison to the first day of Hampshire's last visit in 2010. He puts, sorry, Jonathan, in brackets there. 2010, the last time Hampshire were here. And I've just looked, actually, there was no play on day one at all. So it is better, I suppose, in comparison.
Barker again, round the wicket, straightens things up to Kohler Cadmore, pushes to mid-off, no run. Good morning to the Sorby Bridge lads who were in. They were in good form last night in the Scarborough Flyer and the Curry House. Jonathan, Craig, Jack and Martin, who were up there by the looks of things. Trying to get the angle on that. Just to our right, I think, the other side of the press box. Looking at the photograph, Barker to Kohler Cadmore, one that nips on him, beats him, but wraps him on the thigh pad and drops out into the offside. 5 for 2 at the end of the second over. Rhiannon Blake says, morning JD, listening to the coverage from Scarborough in the office today after our game at Pudsey St Lawrence got rained off yesterday. Things looking tricky for Yorkshire this morning, but keeping my fingers crossed. I was asked to turn out for the Pudsey St Lawrence old Gimmers team basically yesterday, but had to decline because I was coming over here. Turned out that it was postponed anyway. Yorkshire lad says, looked at the BBC weather app 3 hours ago and looked a washout, so decided to stay at home and watch the stream. P.S. Where's Melissa Story?
I give up. Where is she?
No idea.
Here comes Mohammed Abbas running away from, I suppose, to Frayne outside the off stump, and that's left alone. And where's Pudsey St Lawrence in relation to here then? How far away is that?
It'd be around about 75 miles away.
Okay.
It's between Leeds and Bradford. You need to go if you haven't been, JMO. You're missing out.
Do I? If it rains the rest of the day here, then I might have time. Too many options. I want to go down the seafront as well. Abbas bowls, length ball, and that's turned away square on the leg side from a thickish inside edge. They jog through for a single, and Yorkshire move on to 6 for 2 here. Ralph Brooker at Solent Sports says Hampshire on their way. Keith Barker. We have to keep winning, Hampshire, for because of course Surrey playing Warwickshire today, and Hampshire seam bowler Brad Wheel on loan with Warwickshire. That was announced yesterday. I'll have a quick look at the scores in a moment just to see if he's in that Warwickshire starting 11. I'm sure he is. As Abbas comes in again and bowls. Cadmore pushes forward along the ground, goes through the vacant gully area, running slightly up the hill here. Marine Road is picked up just inside the rope at the far end of the ground. That'll be 2. And Yorkshire move on to 8 for 2.
Yeah, let's have a look at that Warwickshire Surrey scorecard. Surrey won the toss and put Warwickshire into bat. They're 6 without loss in the 5th over, and the Surrey team can't see a Brad Wheel anywhere on either team.
I can't see anything. Bass bowls back to the pad. That looks very, very close. Umpire Peter Hartley, once of Yorkshire and once of Hampshire, says no. Not that I'm implying anything. He stayed neutral, didn't he? He's not favoured any side there. That looked very close indeed.
Have a look at it again.
Just outside the line,
just
maybe.
outside the line. Lancashire-Kent, by the way, no play before lunch in that one. Start delayed. At Chelmsford, Essex chose to bat and are 13 without loss, playing Somerset this week. And the other First Division action is at Cheltenham, where Gloucestershire chose to bat on winning the toss and are 11 for 1 against Northamptonshire.
Brad Wheel is in the Warwickshire starting 11, by the way.
Derbyshire in a bit of strife at New Road in the 2nd Division. Brad Wheel is in the 11th.
Yes, he is.
He's not listed on the site I checked, so apologies for that, folks.
Pushed out on the offside, no run.
So Derbyshire 3 for 3. There we go. I'm going to say it's strange to take somebody on loan and then not play them.
Yeah.
So Derbyshire 3 for 3 against Worcestershire, who put them in. That's been a good start for them. And in the 2nd Division at Chesterley Street, Durham 6 without loss against Middlesex, who put the home side in. You're up to date with what's going on elsewhere in the early moments of this round of championship fixtures.
Abbas again, bowls, and that's a nice drive, but only as far as Nick Gubbins in the covers. End of the over. That's 8 for 2 then Warwickshire, having won the toss and elected to bat first. 6 runs to Tom Kohler-Cadmore and just a single to Will Frey.
And a few more, an influx of a few more people coming in from the left across to try and get a good spot away to our right, doubtless. So it is starting to fill. You would think that there's likely to be more in the crowd here than we got for a couple of weeks ago, given it's school holidays now. See, I think that's Chris Thompson down there, Jordan's brother, walking in with the kids. Having a chat with Steve, Jordan's dad, just before the play got underway today. Here's Keith Barker from the Trafalgar Square end, bowling to Will Frayne, who shoulders arms. Frayne, of course, good memories of this place because his only first-class ton came here against Surrey back in 2019. He's on 1 at the moment with 3 slips, a gully, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and Mohammed Abbas down at long leg, a few metres in from the pavilion steps. Barker in again, round the wicket to the right-hander, who's content to drop that out into the offside. And there's no run. Will Frayne in because Harry Brook, of course, is in England's squad duty. Played a bit of club cricket at the weekend, Harry Brook.
4.
For Burley in Wharfdale, so I'm told. Barker in, round the wicket to Frayne, who's pushing this to mid-on. No run. Where we had sun hat on and sun cream on and all the rest of it. It was a very hot day, the first day of the match against Surrey. And day 3 was sunny all day, but conversely quite chilly. A bit of rain in between. But today it's more of a sort of cagoule day by the looks of things. Quite a lot of caps on among the crowd. As Barker's in again, that's wide of Frayne's off stump and his shouldering arms.
There's a few balls going through quite nicely. Bit of bounce, bit of pace. That one taken by Ben Brown about chest height.
Yeah, you'll always get that here. Yeah.
And then other ones just seem to die a little bit too paced, isn't it, out there?
Well, the lads, Matthew Fisher came into the box actually during the last match and talked about bowling a Scarborough length. Different to most
to avoid
other
the
pitches.
puddles. Yeah.
Barker down the hill. Frayne pushes that into the onside and there's no run.
Oh dear. Yeah, I'm being really wicked, aren't I, about the weather? It's funny actually because it was only I came up last night.
You're only showing yourself up. It's not the rest of us are fine with it.
Yeah, but you see, I don't mind. I don't mind. And it was only as I got to Nottingham and beyond that there was rain around. Anything further south than that, no problem.
Lily says bad start by Yorkshire. Hope Tom Kohler-Cadmore and Will Frayne can build a good partnership. Here's Barker. Frayne with an inside contact on it, gets it out towards mid-wicket. Watchful at the moment, Will Frayne and Tom Kohler-Cadmore. 1 and 6 they have against their names on the scoreboard respectively. 8 for 2 it is after 5 overs.
Yes, I think it'll be pretty much as we've seen so far. The one thing that the Hampshire attack have been pretty good at this year is just bowling a good line and length and keeping things very tight. And I guess when you're 8 for 2, you're not going to be looking to play too many positive shots at the moment. You're just going to try and get through this period. So I think we might just have a little game of attrition here for a little while. As Abbas comes in and bowls, and that's pushed out on the offside by Kohler-Cadmore. Again, it makes its way up to Nick Gubbins. It very much looks as though the Hampshire top order is just going to drop down one now with Joe Weatherly coming into the side. And Norrin Donald, who has been in the side and batting 7, has been replaced in this game by Joe Weatherly. And Joe Weatherly, we're told, is going to bat 3. So that knocks down 1. Gubbins, Vince, Dawson and Brown, etc. So Gubbins, who has been batting 3 all season, will be 4. And then Vince, Dawson, Brown all dropping down 1 as well. Here comes Abbas and bowls. Length ball forward. Nice straight defensive shot there up towards Abbott at mid-off, and there's no run. So these clouds are going sort of pretty much right to left, aren't they, as we look? Maybe not quite that, maybe a little bit more diagonal, but are they clouds going towards the sea? Is the sea to the left?
Yeah, the sea's, yeah.
So they're blowing over the sea, I guess.
The sea's out to the east, Kev. That's the east coast of England.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm just getting my bearings. Yeah, it's edged. Oh, he's just dropped short the third slip. That's Ian. No, Joe Weatherly there, just picking it up on the half volley. A bit of extra bounce there from Abbas. If you're watching the live picture feed, you'll see that that was dangerously close to Joe Weatherly. Didn't push out at it too hard. Kohler-Cadmore would have got away with it because of that. Yeah, that's right. No, I'm just, getting everything in perspective. I do live near the sea myself, ish. As outside the off stump, that's nipped back a fraction, but it's a good leave.
So that means that over there's the west.
To the right. That's good radio. Yeah, over there. Yeah.
And then behind us, the Peace Home Park end is to the north.
Yeah.
And then at the Trafalgar Square end, strangely enough, that's the south.
Yeah, that's good. Now, when I come back up for the one-day game, I think I'm more is it Peace Home Park? I think I'm staying more over that way, actually. A bit closer to the ground next time I come up. So I remember that. So I've got to walk south from where I'm staying, and then I'll be all right. Here comes the bass. That's nipped back and bounced as it hits Kohler-Cadmore high up on the pad there. So what's the significance of the Trafalgar end? Is that any sort of... Is there any particular reason why it's called that?
Yeah, Nelson sailed up that street several centuries ago, and
really,
when
it was submerged.
Just called Trafalgar Square, the row of houses, the street behind.
Yeah. So there's no particular reason. It's just somebody's just randomly called it Trafalgar End. Yeah. Abbas bowls. Wrapped on the pad again there, Kohler-Cadmore. It goes out on the leg side. End of the over. Yorkshire are 8 for 2.
Because the Aegeus Bowl, with it being steeped in such history, you've got the trees behind the bowler's arm end and the... need I say
keep
more?
Going. No, keep going. I was quite enjoying that. Keep going. There's big history, actually, because it used to be just a field and was a field for thousands of years. I don't know whether, I only ever saw it as just a field. I didn't see it before that, obviously. But it would have been there
So
way
what you're
before
saying is
Hampshire.
you remember when it were all just fields?
I do. Yeah, before it is what it is now, definitely.
8 for 2, Keith Barker from the Trafalgar Square end, down the hill towards the right-handed Will Frayne, who opens the face and pushes it into the covers. And there is no run. There's a little bit of refusal to watch going on from one or two Yorkshire supporters here. They've got the crosswords out. They don't want to believe that it's 2 down already. So there was a chap down here, a few yards to our left as we look out of the commentary box, who was sat reading a book for most of the Surrey match. He paid to come in and read a book. Here's Barker to Frayne. There's a stifled appeal that wrapped him on the pad. Looked a little bit high, and of course here there is that bit of extra bounce. So tough decisions for umpires to make sometimes. We've got a chap down to our left wearing what can only be described as a cross between sort of a Prussian war helmet and a deerstalker, which has got black and yellow hoops on it.
I saw that.
Interesting contraption. Barker in. Frayne cuts firmly into the deck. It's fielded at point there by Ian Holland. No run.
I don't think I've ever seen a cap like that with it's like a shark fin, isn't it, at the top? I don't think I've ever seen a hat like that. DT's just showed me. I mean, Trafalgar Square end. He said, "Well, there's 2 Trafalgar Squares," and he's just showed me, and the top one's one in London. I've heard of that, funny enough, DT. The only 2 Trafalgar Squares apparently in England.
Barker in again. And Frayne this time gets it towards the inside of the bat, so it's going one way and the other at the moment from Will Frayne, just having to try and do his best to manage what's going on out there in the middle. Andy Walker says, quite simple, isn't it, JD? Yorkshire have got to dig in, bat like boycott. You'd have bowled at Jeffrey plenty of times.
I bowled him once, only once, at Middlesbrough. It's the only time, a Sunday league game. The only time I got to bowl him. Didn't look like getting him out, that's for sure.
Because your careers must have overlapped quite. I mean, you were playing in the 60s, weren't you, as well? As
No.
Barker's in, an edge here from Frayne, an outstretched dive, and an attempt to reel that in does not come off there for Ben Brown. I think it might have bounced just short of him, and in the end I think you're probably saying good stop. Let's have a yeah, just bounces short, but it was an edge by Will Frayne, so living dangerously.
No, you're out by 2 decades for me. Didn't start till 80.
Really?
Yeah.
God.
I know. I just look 105.
Tough paper around that.
I just, I look 105. Just doing commentaries all the time, does it? I was fine playing.
Barker again, continuing round the wicket. And this time goes past Frayne's outside edge, tucks him up really, and the ball swinging appreciably as it goes past the right-hander. Ben Brown diving away to his left to take it. End of the over. That's time for me to vacate for a half hour, and DT will step in for the first time today. I'll keep talking for a minute because Kev has got to do an update, so in fact I'll hang on until Kev's done his update. That was really well planned by me, wasn't it? You did tell me before we started that you were doing it at 11:30, and I completely forgot. Mohamed Abbas then to continue at the Peasholm Park end. Both these bowlers really have Yorkshire under the cosh here. Another good delivery from Abbas, which just leaves the right-handed Tom Kohler-Cavmore up the hill. Still those 3 slips in place. Awaiting an opportunity. Point, cover, mid-off, mid-on. Mid-wicket is squarish. And then a long leg. He's not seen fit to go all the way towards the boundary edge. Then down towards the marquee. Just got the earwax blown out of the ears. And Abbas appeals and has got a wicket here. And apologies for not seeing what went on then, because the kit was dying on. And we just lost the feed. Let's try that again. Tom Kohler-Cavmore is out, 8 for 3. as a result of that. LBW, thanks DT. It looks as though you might be back with us now, and apologies there for loss of that, but Tom Kohler-Cavmore has gone, and Yorkshire are in big trouble here. 8 for 3, and 3 players who've come up with centuries this season are already on their way back. Thanks, Kev. 8 for 3. Just saying, Tom Kohler-Cavmore making his way back to the pavilion, and 3 Yorkshire Centurions have all gone early on here. We're just into the 8th over, 7.2 overs in. Kohler-Cavmore trapped LBW by another excellent delivery from Mohammed Abbas, who has the last 2 wickets to have fallen. So very, very tough half hour. And Kohler-Cavmore has gone for 6. Bring DT in a minute or two when Kev is back with us. And so the wickets to have fallen. George Hill, LBW to Keith Barker. First ball, that was the 5th ball of the morning. When the score was on 1, that 1 had been struck by Adam Lythe. And then he was out the 9th ball of the day, bowled by Mohammed Abbas, a delivery that would have missed the stumps, but he was trying to pull the bat out of the way and leave it, and it cannoned onto his stumps. So he went for 1 off 8. And then Tom Kohler-Cavmore, a 3rd now, back in the pavilion with just 8 on the board, 6 of them going to him. And he faced 19 deliveries. Johnny Tattersall, the new man in for Yorkshire, to face Mohammed Abbas. 4 slips now. They've loaded up the cordon here, going in for the kill, the visiting side. And Tattersall, who made 180 not out here in the first innings against Surrey just a couple of weeks ago, leaves that one. David Townsend alongside for the first time this morning. Good morning, DT.
Good morning. Good morning, Doige. Not a good morning for Yorkshire, though. 8 for 3. That last one, when you're having trouble with your equipment, it was Tom Kohler-Cavmore just sort of pushing forward, bat and pad together. Big appeal from the bowler for LBW. The slipper and the dive forward and caught it as well. So we're assuming it was LBW.
Abbas in again, wide of Tattersall's off stump.
Could have been a little nick onto the pad and balloon and taken diving forward at 3rd slip, but I think we're going with LBW at this stage until we've heard differently.
Yeah, it's officially being given LBW.
Looked a little bit high for the LBW, but probably just below bail height.
Here's Abbas again, passes umpire Peter Hartley. Tattersall opens the face, runs that wide of the slip cordon, and will get back for a couple here. So Yorkshire into double figures, but for the loss of 3 already, 10 for 3. Torrid time. I mentioned 125 for 5 here against Surrey a couple of weeks back, before going on to get 500 and plenty.
Interesting decision to bat first, wasn't it? I mean, I know you always bat first at Scarborough, but maybe that rule doesn't work today.
Abbas in again. Tattersall plays another leave. It's the end of the over. It's 10 for 3. A few words from DT, and then Kev will be alongside.
Thanks very much, Jonathan Doige. Moving out. Great to be back at Scarborough, even if the weather is a little bit inclement here this morning. It was raining when we got here last night, as Kevin James mentioned earlier on. I managed to get caught out in it, which wasn't a great deal of fun. But this morning we've had a little squalls, you know, that little sort of, I don't know, mizzly rain. A couple of occasions. There's nothing out there at the moment. Hopefully it'll stay away. The forecasters tell us it's going to rain around 2 o'clock. Hopefully that won't happen. Yorkshire, though, maybe would welcome the sanctuary of the dressing room at this stage, as a new over starts from the big figure of Keith Barker. Bowling there to Frayne, who just pushes that one solidly up to mid-off, and there's no run. We watched Keith Barker walking down below the commentary box before the start of play. He really is what I think the Aussies call a big unit, and here he is, left arm round the wicket, down the hill, bowls, and stays a little bit low, and that's chopped into the ground wide of third slip, sort of half stop there. They've scampered through for a single, and the score moves on to 11 for 3 runs. Very much at a premium out there this morning. Hampshire, as you'd expect, on top. 4 slips now for Johnny Tatt, as he's known, Johnny Tattersall, who, as Doidge said, definitely in the runs the last time he was out in the middle here at North Marine Road, but well, not quite the last time. Barker bowls, and Tattersall's got a thickish edge there. That one's running away down towards the pavilion. A sprint is on, a slide, another Scarborough stripe to add to the flannels there, and 2 runs to Tattersall, so he's on to 4. Frayne is on 2, and the score surges up to 13 for 3. Morning, JMO.
How are you? I'm just trying to sort out a few technical problems, actually, but you're right. So thank you for carrying the game for the moment.
That's all right, that's all right. No problem with that. Barker down the hill to Tattersall bowls, and he allows that one through to the keeper. An old bloke having problems with his equipment's usually me. It's good to see it's you there this morning. So, crowd still coming in. It's noticeable that between overs there's an entrance behind the pavilion here, turnstiles behind the pavilion, and they're coming in between overs. Barker bowls and played away nicely. In fact, it's probably off the it'd probably be off the pad. He looked to play it away nicely, and he's got a pad down towards long leg. Abbott comes in to do the fielding, and there's 2 leg byes. Yorkshire will take them any way they come at the moment. So Barker, who started off around the wicket, left arm up to the right-handers, was on target straight away. That one's allowed through to the keeper. In good bounce, a good carry through. He was on target straight away to the right-handed George Hill. He departed. 5th ball of the day. Yorkshire then 1 for 1. Next over, Adam Lyde attempted to leave a ball very late and was well, played on. Just got a little inside edge as he pulled the bat out of the line, and that was 1 for 2. And then, of course, we had wicket in the last over. Tom Kohler-Cadmore going LBW to Abbas, who's going to continue from this Peasholm Park end. Kohler-Cadmore making 6, and that was 8 for 3. Long way back. Abbas bowls through to the keeper, and there's no run there. So JMO's still having problems with his studio. So we got Doidge back. Always
willing.
Always willing. So
as opposed to you.
Do we have to?
Always swilling.
Oh, I don't know. Did have a very nice pint last night, must say. Abbas bowls, and again very difficult to play. Coming forward, Frayne head over the ball, forward defensive, trying to play it right at the last minute, gets a thickish edge, and that goes down again into the slip cord. I'm surprised they chose to chose to bat this morning, Georgie?
No, not looking at the deck, but overhead conditions obviously just put you in two minds, don't they?
Yep. Yeah, it's swung from the off, really, hasn't it? Next delivery from Abbas is striking. Frame going down the leg side, no run.
It's always the same here. I think it never really changes in the time that I've been doing the commentaries, that there is always that, unless it's a beautiful sunny day and you look and you just think, yeah, we'll go for it. I mean, last time there was a green tinge and there were 125 for 5 and there was still criticism that they batted first. And then they get out of it with 500 and odd, and they may still do that here, but yeah, the overhead's favouring the bowlers.
As Abbas runs up the slope, bowls, and very solid forward defensive again, a thickish inside edge, inside of the bat on that, and it's survival at the moment, basically, for the Yorkshire batters, and 3 of them haven't done that. 3 of them batting in the hutch, including Adam Lyth. That must have been some knock he scored against Surrey. That would have been
Yeah, it was
good to watch.
tremendous.
Abbas comes in, bowls, and frame again, thickish edge of the bat. This time he gets it, squirts it away down towards long leg. 1 run down in that direction.
Sean in Roundair says, interesting to listen to your Hampshire colleague referring to the weather as he drove north. It was caused by a depression moving up the country. Coincidence?
We like that one, Sean.
Don't bite, Sean. He just thinks he's trying to wind you up.
He likes to play the southern.
He's pretty good at that.
Yeah, well, he even plays it when he gets up to Lords these days. That ball through and taken by the keeper. That's the end of another bat over, another sort of little sigh. Perhaps from the Yorkshire batters out there. They've seen off another over successfully, 16-4-3. I mean, he started off at Middlesex, as we know, Mr. James, but since he's moved down to the south coast, he's become even a southerner as far as London's concerned. So he does like to play up on it a little bit, and enjoys his trips up here.
I do. No, I do. I haven't been back here. The last time I was here...
Oh, you're back?
1992. Yeah, apologies. I've just trying to sort out a few technicals. 1992 was the last time I played on this ground.
Good Lord. Parker bowls to Johnny Tattis, to Frayne rather, who has a look at that one and then leaves it at last moment through to the keeper. How did you go? Can you remember?
Well, I played. I never played a first-class game here.
Oh, right.
But you'll remember back years ago, there used to be these festival games, didn't they? Sort of in September, where sort of 4 counties, including Yorkshire, would play over 3 days. A couple of semi-finals and a final.
Barker bowls, and that's defended. No, and was that somebody Pierce's 11 or something? Is it?
No, well,
that was a different one.
The 92 festival here was the Joshua Tetley Scarborough Festival. Other media brewing groups available, of course. We played Nottinghamshire here, won. Yorks beat Durham, and then lo and behold, the final against Hampshire and Yorkshire was abandoned because of rain.
Oh no, don't start about that. The sun's coming out now. Parker bowls driven nicely up to a mid-on. No run. You were telling me before the start you also played a double wicket competition.
Well, I did. My first year at Middlesex in 1980, right at the end of the season again, there was a double wicket competition between most or all of the counties.
For anyone listening, double wicket competition's not that popular these days. Basically you bat and bowl, don't you, against an opponent who also bats and bowls.
Yes, and then there are other fielders, obviously.
Parker bowls and just pulling the bat inside the line, Frayne almost leaving that one on length. He had a couple of overs, was it?
If I remember rightly, it might have been an over each or 2 overs each, I think. I played with Raj Maru representing Middlesex, would you believe? because it was right at the end of the season. I think most of the big players, they didn't want to fancy going all the way up here, I guess, as lovely as it was. I think you're right. I think it was something like that. I just remember coming up here for the first time and thinking, gosh, this is miles away.
Barker bowls, and that's defended to mid-on. No run. Yes. Yes, you play up this southern a bit too much sometimes.
I do, don't I? I'm sure some of the Yorkshire fans must be.
You must have
tired.
appreciated how everything is much cheaper up here. People are far more straightforward. Did you not?
I did buy a bottle of beer in the hotel bar last night. It was £3.10, and I think the last time I played that for a beer was 20 years ago.
It's Barker bowls, and that's again just sort of angled down, soft hands, half stop, diving up to fourth slip. It's Ian Holland who's moved in there, and he got a hand on it, but the batsman able to scamper through for a single as one of the other slips did the tidying up. £3.10. That's very
I know,
good.
I couldn't believe it.
Was it a local ale, or was it a...
No, it was a well-known bottle, but as I say, down south that price was last paid in about 1985.
I think it was last paid by me in 1985. I refused to buy any in hotel
I was going to say, when you actually last bought a beer.
Something like that.
Yeah. It's going to be Abbas to continue. He's bowling to Will Frayne. The Sunshine out. Lovely. Frayne plays and misses outside the off stump. There are 4 slips in there now for Abbas, who's taken 2 of the 3 wickets to fall so far this morning. Yorkshire at one stage 8 for 3, now 17 for 3. Great to be on comms with DT. We haven't been together for quite a while, have we?
It's a long time. Probably before the...
Before the war?
Well, before that, all the disruptions.
Yes.
To this great county game.
Abbas is bowling from our commentary end, the Peaceholm Park end. Comes in again, right arm over, and bowls. He's playing a missing outside off stump again. That looked a handy delivery. Martin Holland. We're big in Holland, apparently. Morning, gents, he says at Solent Sports. Good start from Hampshire, considering they lost the toss. Let's hope the weather holds the next few days and we can get a result. That'd be nice, wouldn't it? Game's certainly moving forward already in the first 45, 48 minutes.
Hampshire, of course, need the win. 15 points behind, sorry, I think. When
it might have been 14, actually. I'm sure it's 14 when I left Cheltenham.
That sort of way.
Unless it's changed since then. No, it's 14. That's a bit wider off stump, so Frayne doesn't have to play at that one. He's on 4. Tattersall, I should say, at the non-strikers end is 4.
I was thinking 15 to go above them.
Oh, correct.
Yeah,
no,
yeah,
you're
15,
right.
15
yeah.
to 8.
Or 16 to go 2 points above them. Yeah.
Indeed. Which I think I can say that most of the country would like to see.
Do you think so?
Yes.
Doesn't anybody want Surrey to win the championship this year?
Nobody that I know, no.
Really? Mm. But then again, in Thailand, here comes Abbas. It's straight. Frayne pushes that up to mid-off. Abbott Fields.
If they followed cricket in Thailand, there'd probably be a lot of Surrey fans, because as with the football, the Thai fans, it's all, Liverpool, Manchester City, Manchester, any of those teams at the top, Mm-hmm. Although I did once run into a Thai taxi driver who followed Bolton Wanderers, which was rather bizarre.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Most unusual.
Yeah.
Don't know why.
So you can watch Bolton live on some cable TV out in Thailand.
Anything, yeah.
Abbas comes in again and bowls. That's straight, and again forward is Will Frayne, and that goes out towards mid-on.
You can also watch the county championship, of course, with the streaming that's on, which is...
of course, that goes everywhere, doesn't it?
Yep. And this time of night, over there, time of evening, it'd be 6 o'clock in the evening, just time for a sundown and put the feet up a bit. We'll have a little look at the sun starting to shine here at North Marine Road, and away you'd go. Very nice little cocktail, a little mojito or something like that. Go down nicely, wouldn't it? It
would. That's Abbas bowls. That's fuller, and it's driven a little bit more firmly up to mid-on. So you could be sitting in Thailand wishing you were in Scarborough.
Well, yes, I suppose so. You would always wish you were in Scarborough when the cricket's on. Perhaps not for the rest of the
Abbas has bowled 6 overs, 2 for 6. Tremendous figures. Keith Barker, 6 overs, 1 for 9. The men out, George Hill for no score, Adam Lyth for 1, Tom Kohler-Cadmore for 6. Did I hear Geoffrey Boycott's name just mentioned over the tunnel?
Yes, he's
Signing some copies. He's here, is he?
well.
The great man is here.
He's a very great man, and if he can sign copies, not me. Barker Bowl starts a new over pitch it slightly and pushed up to mid-off. So yes, Sir Geoffrey Boycott, as the announcer said, will be here signing his new book. Turned 80 recently. He'll probably dig in. He'll be looking for the ton, won't he?
Is that the name of his book?
What, looking for the ton? Digging in?
Or turned 80?
No.
Is he 80 years old now?
Oh,
Wow.
gosh, yes, I think he's 80. It was a couple of years ago, wasn't it? A couple of years ago. Oh, yes. Barker, a big figure down the hill, driven nicely by Tattersall. A couple of bounces up to mid-off. No run to be had there. So I'm not sure what his new book's called, but I'm sure it's excellent.
Of course. Are you going to be buying it?
I don't know. He hasn't bought one of mine, I don't think. So,
Have you written a book?
Oh, have I written a book? God, you're the only person in the country who's unaware of do they play cricket in Ireland? It was out last year. Barker bowls, and that's defended again by Tattersall. Have I not is it not registered with you as my mass marketing campaign not reached the south coast? And you've got one of the great men of Ireland cricket, Mr. Aidy Burrell, who's now in charge,
Yes.
and has taken you towards the county championship title this year, and you're unaware of this great literature that's available. Oh dear, Jamer, very disappointed. Barker bowls and driven nicely. That's a nice shot. That's the best shot of the morning. It was therefore it's slightly over pitched, and it's not going to go for 4. Slowish outfield, but it just eased it through the offside.
I feel your fantastic marketing campaign kind of stopped at the entrance gate to North Marine Road.
No, it's I even did an interview with Mr. Kevin Howes last year when the book came out, so it's gone quite nicely. We're pleased with it. Barker to Tattersall again, who allows that to go through. Obviously, I don't plug it that much. Do they play cricket in Ireland? But if anybody wants to find it, I'm sure they can from the usual places that sell it, bookshops,
Jumble sales.
online, and all that sort of stuff.
All the usual jumble sales.
Yeah, I'll see if I can find you a copy somewhere. Deutsch
Don't rush.
has had it. He's using it to keep a door open somewhere back in Deutsch Towers. Kevin Howes as well. Barker to Tattersall through to the keeper. The sun's come out and it's just eased a little bit, hasn't
Nice.
it? Batting's been just that little bit more comfortable in the last 3 or 4 overs. Less of the swing. And 19 for 3 at the end of that over from Keith Barker. I'm sure we're going to see Kyle Abbott into the attacks. It's a very good attack you've got in there. Even James Fuller, who's presumably would be a 4th seamer in this lineup. He's got a bit of pace about him, and he's a wicket-taking bowler.
Bowling very nicely as well this year, and there's a bit of medium pace as well from Ian Holland, should Hampshire so need it. But you're right, since the sun's come out, it's got a little quieter, isn't it? But here's Abbas to Will Frayne. Frayne forward, comes off a thickish outside edge, works its way the ball to point, and there is no run. Kevin James and DT with you here at North Marine Road. Beautiful North Marine Road at the moment.
Bathed in sunshine.
Oh, it's lovely.
This is where Scarborough came from, you see. When it's like this, no better place to be. Even sitting on your balcony sipping a mojito in Thailand. It's
I'll tell you one thing they are here, the very loud seagulls, not because I can hear this hear it at the moment, but near the hotel I'm staying in, as it's pushed to mid-wicket, they are incredibly loud.
Yeah. Yorkshire seagulls, got a lot to say. want to get their point across.
Yeah. It's nice because you feel like you're near the sea, and how often, and we are lucky to be travelling around the country and covering matches, of course we are, but how often do you hear those sounds when you do that? So it's quite nice actually. It's nice to be reminded that you are, and I am literally about 30 yards from the sea. Beautiful. Here's Abbas bowls and length ball, and it's played along the ground, slightly opened the face. Will Frayne as it goes down towards third man, but actually only a single there as it holds up in the green lush outfield. And Yorkshire move on to 20 for 3, and Frayne moves on to 5.
So you're going to have you're going to join us tomorrow night for some fish and chips.
Is that what's happening?
Well, Doidge and I, every year we started this sort of Dave Callaghan Memorial Fish and Chip Night to remember the great man, the great former Yorkshire commentator. So we gather, the two of us, and anybody else who wants to join in remotely and enjoy some fish and chips.
Okay, Abbas bowls forward is Tattersall, plays that out into the covers.
Tell a few Cali stories.
Well, it seems like an invitation I can hardly say no to. I mean, sounds wonderful.
Yeah.
That'll be 2 weeks in succession I'll have been out with Kevin Howell's 5 Live.
Well, I don't know whether he's invited.
Oh, is he not?
No, it'll be Doidge and myself. We might invite Halsey. We'll see.
He looks. His face would suggest that he's hurt that he's not been invited thus far. Abbas bowls. Oh, he's bowled! Left alone, and that is the end of Johnny Tattersall. Goes for 6, just nip back on him, the ball clattering into the middle and off stumps, and Abbas, well, he's picked up 3 wickets this morning, and Yorkshire now are 20 for 4.
Yeah, that's just as it was starting to get a little bit easier. Another of the big centurions from that last match against Surrey making his way back to the dressing room, and well, Hampshire were on top anyway, but that's a big wicket because Tattersall can bat long and he enjoys batting here, as we can see. And just misjudgment there. He got a ball outside the off stump, possibly thinking it was the one from Abbas that just goes on a little bit towards the slips, and just came back a tad to clip outside the off stump. There are only 2 sorts of leaves, as we know, Jamo, and that was not the good one.
No, it's always difficult. It is a wicket, actually, you'd be looking to leave on. And unfortunately with Abbas, you're never quite sure if it's one that's just leaving you or one that's just coming back a fraction. We're only talking of fractions, but that is the difference between getting edges through to the keeper, or, as we've seen there, one just nipping back a fraction and clattering into the stump. So it's very difficult. It's ideal bowling conditions. And as I said earlier, I think it's been a good toss to lose for Hampshire.
So, new man making his way out, very keen to get out in the middle there, Matthew Wade. He was over the ropes almost before Tattersall had left the squares, which it's always good to see from a batter, isn't it? You've got that bit of enthusiasm, want to get out there. Come on. I know it's difficult, but we're going to make the best of this.
26-year-old facing Abbas. Vastly experienced. The ball just clatters his inside edge onto the pad. Goes up towards mid-on. End of the over. And 20 for 4 here, Yorkshire. And Will Frayne at the non-striker's end has 5. And Hampshire have bowled 14 overs in that first hour.
Yes, we do a change. I think Mr. Kevin Howells is going to come in and join us, and I don't know where he's going to. You're yeah. So we're a little bit of a sort of what's that game they play here? Where you move the chairs around. That's what we're doing, not the one where the Titanic's involved. 24-4.
Yep.
Doidge
Kevin DT can take their sweaters for the moment. Kev going to join Ready for this change of bowling, and Kyle Abbott into the attack for the first time today. From the Trafalgar Square end of the ground, the sun shiny, but don't like that feeling. The overheads have been good so far as bowling's concerned. Abbott bangs his first delivery into the pitch, typical sort of Scarborough delivery. Frayne meets that on the rise and drops it out to point, and there's no run. But a perilous morning, having won the toss and decided to bat. George Hill, LBW to Keith Barker, first ball. That was the 5th ball of the morning. Adam Lyth followed just 4 balls later, middle of the 2nd over, bowled by Mohamed Abbas, one that he was trying to leave and clipped it onto his stumps. He went for 1. As Abbott bowling to Frayne again here. And that one is wide of off stump, coming in at the right-handed off stump, but it was always too wide and too high, despite the yelp from the slip cordon. So Lyth went for 1 from 8. Tom Calder-Cadmore was patient, had to be, after those first couple of early blows. And after 7.2 overs, he was LBW to Mohamed Abbas for 6 off 19. And Jonathan Tattersall in that most recent over, 4th ball of the 14th. And after almost an hour's play, bowled with one that he left that came in and took his off stump by Mohamed Abbas for 6 off 17 as Frayne plays into the onside. That one picked up there by Felix Organ. And good morning, Kevin. No, good afternoon, Kevin Hells.
Don't you? So if we go back just a couple of weeks ago, this was the big fear that this was going to happen to Yorkshire against Surrey, wasn't it?
Mm.
And Lyth held it all together. Then Tattersall comes in, does his business. But yet they've gone for it again today.
Yeah, they are struggling seriously, I think, today, as Will Frayne shoulders arms. It's going to take a lot of hard work to get out of this. But
it was Lyth. I wasn't here the first day, but it was Lyth's skill and experience which sort of held it all together then. So from the moment he's gone, it really opens it up, doesn't it?
Yep, he knows how to play on this surface as well as anybody. So surprise, I guess, that he's bowled playing one on that he's pulling out of a shot.
But that can happen, can't it?
Yeah, I think you've got to say that they both bowled really well. They just bowled to the conditions. Super stuff from the pair of them. Here's Abbott, meanwhile, in his first over, wide of Frayne's off stump, no run.
Oh, they're a wonderful, strong, amazing team, Hampshire, and it's a bit of a battle of the giants at the top at the moment between Surrey and this lot, of which Surrey, of course, do have that what could already prove an important advantage of those 14 points. Obviously, you get 24 for a win and everything. The great shame, I mean, there's no need to blather on about this, but the great shame is that you would expect the teams to meet again at some point between now and the end of the season. Surrey and Hampshire, that's not going to happen. That's a great shame. But
yeah. Abbott again, straighter this time, and dealt with by Frayne to complete that over with now 15 bowled, and the score crawling along ever so slowly, 20 for 4. But that's because they can't afford to give any more away. Mohamed Abbas is going to continue at the Peasholm Park end. He's bowled superbly so far, 3 of those 4 wickets, and he does what he does really, which is pretty much military medium pace. He just keeps the batters guessing. They don't know which way the ball's going to go. Maybe he doesn't know which way the ball's going to go either, but he just puts it up there, and you have to play well against him.
I mean, I saw them go through periods last week at Cheltenham against Gloucestershire. Gloucestershire, of course, are not, Abbas coming in here meantime, back here at Scarborough this week in bowls and through to the keeper. Gloucester's not having a great time of it, but on that surface, and there were periods of time when you're thinking, even with this strong Hampshire attack, are they going to have enough time? Are they going to be able to penetrate, get those wickets? Miles Hammond played well for 150 and that sort of thing. But, my colleague by my left-hand side says, just look what we've been doing already this season. And he's right, that their experience counts for an awful lot, including the idea, we just keep going with our skills, and we will make the breakthrough. And they did, including an Abbott hat-trick around either side of lunchtime on that final day in the end. Abbas, meantime, in and bowls and push back to Abbas. And Abbas actually, did he take a wicket in the end at all? I'm not so sure as he did in the end, but just the one towards the end, was he? Yeah, dent. Okay, right at the top. But, Abbas not necessarily his wicket-taking best, but others are there to do the job. And, I think it's forgive me, Yorkshire supporters at the moment. Obviously, we'll talk more about Yorkshire, but for Hampshire, for me at the moment, just a wonderful team to watch. They've got all the bases covered. And it's Abbas at the moment running away from the P-Zone Park end, away from us, in and defensively pushed into the offside, and there'll be no run. You'll notice, by the way, that when I'm with Surrey, I say exactly the same thing. But you do, because again, they've got all their bases covered. Two wonderfully strong teams in the competition.
Sean in round here says, Yorkshire batting disappearing faster than JMO when it's his turn to get the beers in.
But we know that well. Well, about the beers, but who got the coffees this morning? That's all I'm going to say. Who got the coffees this morning? It was JMO. He did ask for a full VAT registered receipt, I noticed, but I mean, that's beside the point. I mean, you know, Abbas is in and bowls and defensively pushed up to mid on. I just, for the matter, for any legal people listening, I just want to say that was entirely made up on my part. I wasn't even in the room when he ordered them, so I don't know if he did that or not. It was a lovely gesture, and he didn't do that. I was busy looking forward to my fried egg sandwich, if the truth be told.
He didn't do that. He said, "Oh, Deutsche, I've forgotten my wallet."
No, he never did. No, it was a lovely gesture. It was a lovely gesture, and I quite liked it because it suggested to me that JMO was having fun by the seaside. He was enjoying himself early on as Abbas comes in and bowls. That's taken high to the right-hand side of Brown, the keeper. But with all the technicals now, I think he might be going off Scarborough quite quickly. But I'm sure we'll wrestle it back again before the day is out, and he'll be in love again with the North Yorkshire coast.
We're going back to the bowler who's on at the moment. It just feels like he's the ideal overseas player. I don't know what his injury record is like, Jay Malta, but he sort of, everything about the way he bowls is just easy.
Yeah.
So it's not a stressful bowling action. You feel like you're going to get plenty of overs out of him. You're going to get loads of wickets out of him. And even if he's not on a wicket-taking day, you're probably just going to keep it dry.
Yeah, correct, yeah. Well, he's got 4 slips going down for him now. Abbas in and bowls, and that's past the off stump, not too far away. And that's over called by umpire Peter Hartley.
I don't know what.
20 for 4 is the score. I'll say that again. It's going to 10 past 12. And although we had 1 or 2 scares with the rain, a bit of drizzle ahead of 11 o'clock, we've been playing all the way through. We've not had an interruption. But the score is 20 for 4. What a hard-working morning this has been for Yorkshire. And they are in real trouble early on in their first innings.
And bearing in mind, this is a very fast-scoring ground as well, as we saw the other week. Outfield. Well, it'll be a little bit slower today, won't it? Because, of course, of the rain that's been around yesterday and a little bit this morning. So it'll be a little bit heavier. But to all intents and purposes, like glass when it dries up. Here's Abbott bowling to Frayne, who plays well off his legs. Down to long leg where Abbas fields. Will Frayne moving on to 6. And will therefore be Yorkshire's joint highest scorer so far in this match. 21 for 4. Matthew Waite taking strike to face Abbott for the first time. Taking guard.
Should I just point out, by the way, in terms of the title race, Warwickshire 36 for no wicket. They're not racing away with things, but still no breakthrough yet for Surrey's bowling attack against Warwickshire.
Here's Abbott, that muscular run-up he's got, delivery, pushed into the covers, where the man with the Scarborough stripe does the fielding. No run.
46 for no wicket. I was looking at the live text service, not the live scoreboard. But the scoreboard is there on the BBC as well. Jed and Ben are in charge of matters there, but it was my fault. I was looking at the wrong thing really for the updated score. 46 for no wicket, but still no wickets taken there at the Oval. Warwickshire had a real long lock-in. Strong words spoken after last week's defeat to Kent.
Abbott again, wide of Waite's off stump and his shoulders arms. That crowd has built to some extent. Quite a lot away on the benches, the popular side, the coastal side of the ground. Fish and chip van already open and doing some trade. The ice cream gazebo and the coffee gazebo away to our right at the foot of the west stand. And it's first day of a Scarborough match, always the day when they get the corporates in. Some form of luncheon going on over there, no doubt, and some drinks flowing already as Abbott's in, and Waite gets a thickish outside edge on this. I think, to be fair to him, he probably did open the face as well. the way he seemed to play it. He was over the top of it. It's gone away through third man for 4. Yorkshire will take him any which way at the moment. 25 for 4 and Waite off the mark. And just to look at it again, he did open the face and ran it in that general direction. So Tony Moss walking round with his suit on earlier on, giving us a wave. He'll be off around there, mixing it with the powers that be. Geoffrey Boycott, of course, over there as well.
Is there anybody within the Yorkshire cricket you don't know as they make their way around to the marquee, Deutsche?
No. Now then, good delivery here from Abbott. It's caught Matthew Waite. He sounded like box sort of area, and it looks like it is as well. He's bent double. There was an appeal, but to my knowledge, in the laws of cricket, you can't be caught from being struck amidships.
He could be a little while. I mean, if you can hear the crack of the box from up here, I'm suggesting we may have to spend a little while talking about other scores and things, Dorji. 51 for no wicket, Warwickshire at Surrey. And he's got up and he's back down again, and I'm not surprised. You stay down, my friend, for as long as you want. Gloucestershire 61 for 2 against Northants. Essex 44 for no wicket against Somerset. He's back up on his feet.
Yeah, he counted 1, 2, 3, and that was enough for him. As Abbott's in, and he's gone this time. Instead, a ball that meets him on the rise, wide of off stump, clearly unsettled by what had happened the ball before. And it's a thickish outside edge and caught at slip by Joe Weatherly. And Yorkshire in all sorts of trouble on this first morning. Third slip it was, thickish outside edge, going at a ball that he probably could have left. And that's the story of Yorkshire's morning. 25 for 5.
You know, a good ball is a good ball and all that. But seriously, do you think he should have just given himself a little bit longer there? Just a little bit longer? Just to, because he wasn't right, was he?
No.
He wasn't right. But anyway, it's part of a bit of a sorrowful tale at the moment. From Yorkshire's point of view. And that, you know, for all the delight and excitement there will be amongst Hampshire supporters, especially those that are not able to get to Scarborough, there'll be Hampshire supporters who have made their way to Scarborough thinking, oh, this is good. And then they're thinking to themselves, we want to stay and enjoy 4 days of cricket here. It's not looking so bright at the moment. However, you know, one of the stories of the last few rounds of, well, maybe all season of Championship cricket is you'll get some low scores first innings, and then things just turn around and results turned on their head. So, you know, you can't read a result at 12:15 on the first morning of a game, but clearly up against it considerably here at the home side.
What I'd say to that is that, and I know it's a first this, but you can't tell what the deck's like until both sides have batted, I don't think, can you really, Kev?
Well, I don't know what the pun is you're in a joke you're having there, but yes, that is true as Abbas comes in and bowls, and that is defensively pushing the offside. But of course, that doesn't, the thing I was talking about, that doesn't help the Hampshire supporters think if they want to enjoy 2 or 3 days. I would imagine, but I don't know, that if they wanted to fill in their Tuesday evening with a night with Sir Tom Jones tomorrow, I'd imagine he'd be struggling to get tickets for that one. He's the big show on at the Open Air Theatre tomorrow night. I suppose the other thing is, and again, you really wouldn't wish this, but the weather. However, the rain seems to be skirting us on all the radars I'm looking at the moment, so hopefully that carries on as well. 4 slips still going down for Abbas in and bowls, and pushed up to Barker, who makes his slow way around to his left-hand side. Doesn't have to move too quickly to retrieve the ball there. But this is not a good morning for Yorkshire at all. And Hampshire putting the pressure, that's all they can do in the wider picture, upon Surrey at the top. The Surrey, in the early stages of their game, there at the Oval against Warwickshire, struggled to get some wickets. We've got Frayne and Revis, the not-out pair here, with Yorkshire 25 for 5. They chose to bat first as well as Abbas is in again and bowls, and solid defence from Frayne into the offside, and no run. And the other thing is, people will have to rush along here. Still people coming into the ground. You know, if you've set off from various parts of Yorkshire, or maybe even from the northeast, a lot of people come down from the northeast to watch down here. You'll be thinking to yourself, oh, what on earth, I've missed 5 of the potential 15 wickets of the match already, just as they make their way into the ground. So get to your seats quickly now, folks. It's all happening. As a Bass runs away from us, and he's in past umpire Peter Hartley now, in and bowls and angled down towards and stopped by fourth slip. Such an attacking field as you might imagine here. A Bass bowling in his 9th over. 3 wickets, 7 runs, 4 maidens. Kyle Abbott, as I say, really brought the game in quick time to life again on that final day at Cheltenham last week. That hat-trick, but he's taken 1 wicket so far from a couple of overs bowled. Bass is back to his mark. The gulls, the sound here of the Yorkshire coast as that's pushed back to the left-handed, to the left arm, should I say, anyway, of a Bass. Getting down and retrieving the ball.
Matthew Revis, by the way, the new man at number 7 for Yorkshire, who I suppose could go by the nickname The Escalator. He's been up and down the order so many times this season. He was at 5 last week at Taunton, 9 on quite a few occasions, down at 7 today.
A Bass in bowls. Oh, very nearly gets an edge, does he? A couple go up thinking maybe. I think the appeal almost for the fact it was such a good ball, which had him all squared up there. Well, Vince makes his way back out to the middle. He's been off maybe for a bit of a comfort break as the Hampshire skipper. He's on his way back out into the middle now with his team. Going along very nicely. And what's he had to do with it? Well, not a lot at the moment. He even lost the toss and his team are still doing well. At 5 Yorkshire wickets down, 25 for 5.
Kyle Abbott going to continue then at the Trafalgar Square end as we have an influx of more from down to the left, the passageway between the family stand, which is situated right in front of us, beneath us, and the pavilion just away to our left. Great morning for Hampshire as far as their Division 1, their Championship challenge is concerned. Abbott then bowling here to Revis, firmly driving that one back towards the bowler on the bounce, no run. It's one of those, I guess, where if they run through Yorkshire, then they might have a bit of hard work to do themselves with the bat if the conditions remain the same.
100%, 100%.
But essentially, it looks a good cricket wicket. Just got that assistance from the skies, and also you can blame the conditions if you like, or put it down to conditions, but you've also got to put the ball in, as they say, the right areas. And I think there's no doubt that the Hampshire bowlers have done that so far. Here is Abbott to Revis, thickish outside edge just beyond the grasp of Weatherly. I think at slip one of the cordon. Anyway, it's gone away for 4 runs, but continuing to live dangerously. Revis off the mark, and Yorkshire 29 for 5.
Oh, it's a battle. It is a battle, and you know, almost torturous battle at the moment. From that, just on the positive though, you're talking about, you know, Hampshire batting, and which we might see sooner rather than later. Lovely to see Code's name back on the team sheet again today, isn't it?
Very good.
Wonderful, yeah. And he's a man who just might have a rip-roaring success out there. You know?
Abbott again. Revis waits, 4 slips do as well. That one coming in on the right-hander, but covering his off-stump well enough. Yeah, very good to see Ben back. It's his first-class game of the season. Haven't seen or heard much of him. He did travel down to Northampton. That was probably a couple of months back, and came and sat with us for an hour or so in the comm box. Had a chat about what had been going on. Clearly very disappointed to be missing through injury. Very frustrated that all of that has been. Played the last couple of matches in the second 11, but to be fair, hasn't got through loads of overs, so I wouldn't expect him to be bowling 20 a day or something like that here. Here's Abbott, and Revis stepping across and leaving that one, but of course no Shannon Gabriel, and so you would think that there's probably been an element of, you think you can make it this week, Ben, when maybe another week might have been the ideal. But of course there is a long gap again until more Championship cricket coming up in September.
So he played second 11, yeah, back on the 11th of July at Chesterfield against Derbyshire. 1 for 43 with a bat, 0 for 27 with the ball.
Yeah, and then bowled 17 over the last week in the second 11 game against Leicestershire. Here's a nicely played drive by Revis and a tumbling stop at mid-off. Keeps them where they are. So, yeah, I think 17 overs, just the one innings Yorkshire's second 11 bowled in last week, as far as I'm aware, or he bowled in just the one innings anyway. And I had a chat with him this morning in the middle, says he was feeling fine, come out of it okay, and he was raring to go. But as I say, they talk about the workloads and all of that these days, and I'm guessing that they'd be still erring on the side of caution with him and not trying to overdo it here. First game back. Abbott in, and Revis leaves, and there's no run. There's a suggestion that Matthew Revis would be rested for this match. He's been looking a little bit jaded, I think, to be fair to say, the last couple of games. But he's out here and playing again. Jordan Thompson, they've talked about resting him for what seems like weeks now, but just haven't been able to do that because of the injuries to other people.
Can't afford to do so. I think a wicket's now fallen in the match at the Oval. Just go.
While you're doing that, Ian
55
Holland,
for 1. Sorry, mate. Go on.
Ian Holland coming on from the Peasholm Park end.
Okay. 55 for 1. Warwickshire now. Sorry, chose to have a bowl first there. Man out is Alex Davis. The bowling of Young Laws. Caught by Jamie Overton. Went for 23 to Davis. So Warwickshire have not found it at all easy trying to defend their title, which they picked up last year. But 3 slips for Holland, and he's replacing Abbas here at this end, and that's full and worked into the offside for no run. So it's the Peasholm Park end, but that Trafalgar Square end, which looks absolutely nothing like the Trafalgar Square you might imagine down there in London. But it's well worth a look around at appropriate times of the day. We might give you a tour later, Javo. As we see next delivery bowled and pushed into the offside. No run. I did try to look up. Well, I have been looking up why it was called Trafalgar Square. Because I think, and my memory is a shock, I think somebody actually has told me in the past why that is. And of course, one thing we did talk about a couple of weeks ago, but you may be new listening. You wouldn't be listening perhaps if you were only Hampshire supporter a couple of weeks back, and those listening on Extra as well. There is a gap between the buildings there, which apparently the ball has gone through 3 times. Next delivery, bowled and very near that off stump through to the keeper. So although Abbas is out of the attack, still the jeopardy, still the threat of wickets being taken very much here. Yorkshire at 29 for 1.
Yeah, the ball gone through 3 times. It's great cricketing, tall stories, isn't it? We've just talking about this last night. We've all got one in our local club. The bloke who's seen it, he's always got a better story than you.
Holland in and pushed into the offside. There will be no run, so it's Thrain there in the middle at the moment with Revis trying to rescue Yorkshire from this awful position they're in. Thrain on 6, Revis on 4, and it's Thrain who's facing up at the moment with Holland's first over on the leg stump, turned away onto that mid-wicket area, and no run. Let's go through the bowling analysis as we've seen, because this is something Hampshire supporters particularly would like to hear at the moment. Keith Parker 7 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 11. Abbas has now bowled 9 overs and there's been a change, 5 maidens, 3 for 7. Kyle Abbott 3 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 9. Ian Holland in his first over, in again, and that is close, but probably the furthest we've seen from the off stump. Just a little bit of movement away through to the keeper, and that is the end of that over at 29 for 5. Yes, from a Yorkshire point of view, still to bat Dom Bess, Jordan Thompson, Steve Patterson, and the aforementioned Ben Code as well.
Yeah, a lot of work to do. Patterson and Code have both had a few runs here, but you wouldn't want to rely on the tail. They're nice to have extras on occasions. what to do for the batters that are left, and Revis being one of those, pushes that back up the pitch to Kyle Abbott, and there's no run. Mentioning those tall stories, the stories of the 3 shots hit through the gap in those houses on Trafalgar Square. It reminds me of that sort of Vicar of Dibley scene where they're talking about the great storm, and then, oh no, the great storm, and then, no, the great storm was, and yeah, that hit for 6. No, that was a big hit for 6. Was that? And I was here when that one was hit for 6. And as Revis pushes up to mid-off, and there's no run, you've always got that chat, like I say, at your local club where somebody just adds an extra 10% onto the story. I remember Fred Dimplethwaite used to run in front local council tip, just down the road. His run up was that long. No, it wasn't as long as. All part of why we love the game. Here's Abbott, Revis, solidly behind that, pushes up to mid-off. So let us know, what are your great cricketing exaggerators? You can name the people if you want, and just tell us a story that you've heard where you clearly think, well, it's a great story, I've laughed my head off at that, and I've walked away thinking, can't be true, but anyway, it's a great story. We've got loads of those around in this sport. DT smiling away, he's got a whole book full of those, no doubt, ready to write his next book. Do they hit 12s in Scarborough? Something like that. Abbott in, driven by Revis. I think that's the first shot in front of the wicket that's gone for 4 in an hour and 27 minutes of play. It was a lovely cover drive as well by Matthew Revis, right over the top of it. And very rare occasion today that any of the Hampshire bowlers have overpitched. 33 for 5, and just a moment of respite for Yorkshire.
Respite, but what a response from the crowd as well. Relief. Congratulations, obviously, to the batter for playing a shot like that, but you wondered if we were going to get to see anything like that. Now he's got to concentrate.
Abbott again, good delivery, good response, big appeal, not out, says Neil Mallender, the ghost. Might have been a bit of bat on it as well.
I thought bat.
Yeah, just felt bat onto body.
Oh, yeah.
So a bit of excitement for Yorkshire supporters, a bit more excitement for Hampshire supporters the following delivery. Air of resignation about the home support at the moment. People looking round elsewhere, anything but the cricket, almost trying to hide their eyes from what's been going on out there in the middle.
You can't blame them, really.
Abbott bustling in again. Revis, edged, gone, 4th slip. Another one bites the dust. 33 for 6 Yorkshire, and Matthew Revis is out for 8.
One after another after another. Take a look at this, and also just at the look of the reaction. Over to Dawson. Somebody over there at mid-wicket, he's looking over to them and feel as if to say, I don't know if they thought that maybe a slip should come out, or somebody thought that the 4 should stay in. But anyway, whoever that was, they made the right call. Actually, I think it was Felix Organ that he was pointing to, pointedly, and something between the two of them. Whether there was discussion about whether that extra slip should be in or not. But this is the procession of wickets at the moment, and as I say, the only thing to cheer with that shot just a couple of deliveries ago. The rest of it, as you say, Doidge, has been turn away stuff from a Yorkshire spectator's point of view, or possibly, as we've seen a couple of shots this morning quite recently, people just opening up their bait box, their sandwich box, and having a bit of a look at what's in there, see if that's going to cheer them up. A nice bit of cake or something early doors, I don't know. But Bess is making his way out to the middle on a dreadful morning here so far from a Yorkshire point of view. However, around the country, at least we have some cricket, I suppose you could say. In Lancashire, no play before lunch in their game. Essex Somerset 54 for no wicket. Essex, they're at Chelmsford. Gloucestershire 81 for 2 against Northants. Another game where wickets are falling really quickly, that's at Worcester in the 2nd division, where Derbyshire find themselves 53 for 6. Latest score from the Oval is Warwickshire 57 for 1, and lots of runs being scored at Chestler Street this morning, where Durham are taking on Middlesex, and Durham are 60 for no wicket against Middlesex. But here, as you can hear, Kev James reporting back to the listeners on BBC Solent from our box. We're all sort of nestled in quite closely here. 3 slips at the moment for Holland, coming in and pushing that one into the offside was Waite. Revis being out best at the non-striker's end. But Hampshire very much playing like the team who really are pushing towards the top of the championship title race. But it's for Surrey to mess up as well if that's possible. I mean, I thought they were going to against Essex last week, but they still came round, and that's down the leg side. Nothing on it, taken by the keeper. I think, though, just as I say that, I think we could have 1 or 2 problems with the rain. I was hoping, I suppose Yorkshire supporters definitely weren't hoping that that was going to be the case, but the players are coming off. So if I may just hand to you for a time being, Jonathan, and sports extra as we may go elsewhere.
Okay, yep, coming off the field, so 33 for 6, and just to have a quick rundown of the horrors of the morning as far as Yorkshire are concerned, and the joys of the morning for Hampshire supporters. Yorkshire won the toss, decided to bat. 5th ball of the day, George Hill LBW to Keith Barker without scoring his first ball, 1 for 1. Adam Lyth got that 1 run and then was bowled, trying to leave one by Mohammed Abbas halfway through the 2nd over, 1 for 2. Tom Kohler-Cadmore, 2 balls into the 8th over, LBW to Mohammed Abbas for 6 from 19 deliveries. Jonathan Tattersall hung around until the 4th ball of the 14th over, 2 minutes short of an hour of batting for Yorkshire, and it was 20 for 4 when he was bowled, trying to leave one, and the off stump was taken by Abbas for 6. Matthew Waite then, 16 overs and 6 balls, 17 full overs in, was caught by Joe Weatherly at slip off the bowling of Kyle Abbott for 4, and then most recently Matthew Revis, last ball of the 21st over, and precisely just an hour and a half into play, Yorkshire 33 for 6 when he was caught at 4th slip by Ian Holland off Kyle Abbott for 8. It was a delivery, we didn't say too much about what went on, but it was one a roundabout off stump that he was kind of entitled to play at, really, and just got a thickish outside edge on it. The rain, though, is now hammering down here at Scarborough. It's not come early enough to save Yorkshire's early blushes. The ground staff have got all of that work to do out there in the middle to get it covered as quickly as possible. The fans run for cover, and I think we'll be doing the same in a moment or two's time. But yeah, very, very disappointing morning from a Yorkshire perspective, having won the toss and batted first. And all you can say is that when you return here to Scarborough, come what may, whatever the conditions are, it is difficult for batting going in up front, and you probably expect to lose 2 or 3. You know you're going to have to bat well. Yorkshire have lost 6, and they are in peril here, and Hampshire in clover at the moment. We'll wait and see in terms of the weather as to if and when any further play is going to be possible today, but it is coming down pretty hard here. It's been a hard morning for Yorkshire. 33 for 6, and to 5 Live extra listeners, let's go back to Kevin Hells.
Thank you. We're going to try and get up to
And for the rest of us on the stream, well, commentating on rain is all good fun, but maybe we'll just leave it a touch for now, and we'll hope you'll join us again when they're back out for further play.
Let's rejoin the commentary team here now at Scarborough because we had a bit of an interruption for play earlier on. Just taking to a start now. I'd say that Yorkshire are in serious trouble.
Thank you very much, Gavin. Yeah, some trouble would be something of an understatement. 33-4-6 in the play that we've had so far this morning before the players scurried off the field and a squall of rain came over. It wasn't heavy for a little bit, but not for too long. And no problem getting started again. The umpires decided to have an early lunch, which we all like an early lunch. And
You haven't eaten half of yours, DT?
well, I'm saving the sandwich for later. So it's Ian Holland to resume bowls, and straight away, glorious drive square of the wicket for 4 runs. So maybe that's a sign for Yorkshire this afternoon, and a sign out there for Will Frayne, who's battled through 37 for 6 and has now become the first Yorkshireman to reach double figures in this innings, and that'll be a relief as well, because famous scorecards down the years, there's always see one with no double figures on it. And next delivery is played into the onside no run, or you see a scorecard where you've got only extras into double figures and things. I remember when I was much younger, you every month in the Cricketer or whatever it was, Cricket Monthly or something that we used to get, he always did a sort of interesting scorecard every month, and it was good to look at. Next delivery is again played square the wicket, and again away to the boundary. That one off the back foot, just stood up, hit it into the ground, and it's bounced away past backward point, and there's another boundary. So, well, shorter boundaries in that first session, and on the resumption, 2 boundaries straight away.
Looks a different game. Bit of rain, early lunch, and all of a sudden we look like we're playing on a different pitch and a completely different match.
Holland bowls and defended backward a point, no run there. As you can hear, it's a bit blustery, a little bit of wind.
I think we might have to do that, mightn't we?
Oh, is it going in our?
I think it is a little bit.
In our mics. Okay. Yeah, everybody feels better with a bit of food in their belly, don't they? 41 for 6. Certainly, Hampshire bowlers with fire in the belly this morning.
Well, it looks.
Couldn't have wished for more.
No, I mean it looks a good wicket to bowl on, doesn't it? Really, I mean if you keep the ball in the right areas, the batters might look okay for a little while, but there's a ball that's doing something not very far away. After saying that over, it looks as though the pitch has suddenly flattened out. I'm sure that's not the case, but
I think that's what Yorkshire would have been hoping for, if you like, when they won the toss this morning and decided to bat. They could battle through that first hour, maybe lose, maybe say, yeah, well, okay, we accept the fact that we're going to lose a couple of wickets, and we expect to lose 6. 41 for 6.
That's for sure. So Kyle Abbott will continue from the Trafalgar Square end, bowling towards us. It's a full delivery, which is driven up to mid-on by Don Bess. And there is no run, but I don't think rain is, even when the sun's out, the rain's not too far away, is it really? If you just look over those flats at the far end, I think we're missing some rain here by about a few hundred yards.
Well, there's I don't know whether it's a little bit further away than that, but it actually does come in from over in that direction. That's the southwest. Towards the right,
yeah. As we look, here's Abbott. Comes in and bowls, and Best leaves that one alone outside the off stump through to Ben Brown. So I can hear somebody munching on some crisps. That's got to be the loudest person I've ever heard eating crisps.
Jonathan. Jonathan
Just turned me off there.
Yeah.
Isn't it? And Kevin Howes is joining in. It's going to be, tell you what, it's going to be noisy in this commentary box for a little while. Gosh. I'm not say it's noisy on the ground, but there's a good crowd. But it sounds like it's not as many as you'd normally expect here as Abbott comes in again and bowls. Best drives in the air, but it's safe through the covers. Now the ball's just holding up in the outfield there, and Abbas will pick it up in front of one of those, probably the only marquee on the ground, and 2 runs to Best takes the Yorkshire total on to 43 for 6. It's been Hampshire's morning, actually so far since the resumption. It's been Yorkshire's afternoon, and Abbas 3 for 7 from 9 overs, wreaking havoc amongst the Yorkshire batters. Lythe, Cola Cadmore and Johnny Tattersall. His 3. Barker getting George Hill first up as it keeps a little low on Bess, pushes that up to mid-off, and there is no run. And Kyle Abbott picking up Matthew Waite and Matthew Revis. Obviously, if you're a Matthew and you're due in next and it's Abbott bowling, you might as well stay in the pavilion.
Yes, why not?
Not sure there is any more Matthews to come in. No, there isn't. The 2 Matthews have been and gone.
No, there's a Jordan, a Steve and a Ben.
Yeah.
Messrs Thompson, Patterson and Coode.
And been able to say Ben for a while, have you, on the Yorkshire side, as Abbott comes in again. Still the sunshine. He's out playing and missing outside the off stump, and there's one that bounces. It is a little up and down here, and it is a little too paced. You've got to be picking the right ball to be playing shots like that too. Score remains on 43 for 6.
Got a bit of carry here. Would you enjoy the bowl here, J-Mo?
Well, I might have done, yeah. I'm not sure I'd have got quite as much out of it as Abbas, Abbott
Well, that's
and Co.
Goes without saying, obviously.
Well, obviously, yes. I think the batters might have said, get that James on. We don't mind facing him.
Yeah, but you were left armour, weren't you?
Yeah. I could look up. I mean, I could look up those couple of festival games that I played. Maybe when the play's a little bit slower, which I don't think it's going to be actually. We'll have a look. But Abbott comes in. Best gets a length ball, plays it back to the bowler, and that will be the end of the over. 43 for 6. Then we've had. I think that's a bit more than 21 overs. It was 21 overs when the players went off for an early lunch.
Should
So
be
23, about 23 gone, isn't it? Yeah.
And the board's now caught up on the far side of the ground, over there next to the tea room, familiar side. 14, as we said, to Frayne, and Best just got 2. They could have probably scampered 3. I think they thought that drive through the covers was so good that he was away for 4, and they weren't really pressing for them, were they?
And down the hill.
Yeah.
Slightly uphill, isn't it, towards the far end?
Which end would you bowl from? If you had the choice?
I can't remember which end I bowled here, really. I think I might have done both, actually.
So, started a new over from Holland, forward defensively, pushed back to him. No run.
If I'm honest...
Left armoured from this end is a little bit sort of...
Probably helps, doesn't it? Yeah. I mean, if I'm honest, I really did have to look up. I mean, I knew I'd played here, but I couldn't remember when and what it was. But so, if I'm honest, I really struggled to remember.
Honest,
I couldn't really remember what I did in those games.
Next delivery on the back foot and played beautifully away again. I don't know what he's had for lunch, Will Frayne, and that's his 3rd boundary in 8 deliveries he's faced since the resumption. Probably not even that much because it was an uncompleted over, wasn't it? 47 then for 6, and strange as it may sound, that's starting to look just a little bit better for Yorkshire, isn't it?
Well, there's obviously runs here, isn't it? I mean, last time Yorkshire were here, they scored 500 in the first innings, so it's obviously that sort of pitch.
Having been 120 odd for 5 though, so they've recovered, and that one's clipped away again off his legs, and only the 2 this time. There's a chaser around the boundary down there in front of the hospitality marquee down there. Quite busy today. Still inside having a bite of lunch and no doubt a glass of wine and a nice little dessert. Got some strawberries and cream for dessert today. That'd be nice. I don't know what they have got.
I think it's a strawberries and cream day.
Next delivery is angled away in that direction again. Just a single this time for Will Frayne, and the applause you can hear is the 50 up for Yorkshire. 50 for 6. But that's something of a recovery already from 33 for 6. 21 now.
Yeah.
To Wilfred. Strawberries and cream sort of day.
Is it?
Fancy a bit of that. We've got to thank Lily, by the way, who came up to the commentary box with three ice creams at lunchtime.
It was nice, wasn't it? It was very nice.
It was like nice ice cream.
Yeah.
She's enjoying Scarborough as ever, Lily. This next delivery is through, strikes the pad on the way through. There's all sorts of excitement behind the stumps. I think initially they were appealing for LBW, which is probably a little bit too high for that. And then, or let's have another go for the catch. And umpire Hartley not having anything to do with that.
Well, there's an example. I think Ian Holland actually, I mean, there's nothing happening for him out there until that ball, and it's that sort of wicket. I think what Ian Holland's got to do, and what the other bowlers have done brilliantly, is keep it quiet in between when the ball's doing nothing, and then wait for the one that the ball does something.
Holland bowls, and that's played back to him. And there is a little bit of, it's unfair to the groundsman to say variable bounce. It's not variable bounce, but there is just a little bit of variation.
There is variation, yeah. I mean, it's not unusual, but he's unfortunately in between time. Ian Holland's gone for a few runs, and I wouldn't be surprised if he comes off here. I know Abbas bowled a 9-over spell this morning, which is quite a long one, especially off the back of a fairly recent championship match. So you've got to look after your main bowlers, but even so, I don't think Hampshire in this situation can afford a bowler going for a few runs. I mean, Ian Holland's bowled 3 overs, none for 15. When the players went off for an early lunch, he bowled 1.2 overs, 1 maiden, none for none. So he has been expensive in the context of this Yorkshire innings so far.
Yeah, conceded 15 runs from 10 balls.
That's right, yeah. So
and all of them to this man, Will Frayne.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he's whisked out of the attack as Abbott bowls to Frayne. Comes back, Frayne just guides that down to fine leg, mainly because the ball came back into him a little bit, just got tucked up. But he does pick up a single, and he moves on to 22, and the Yorkshire total to 51 for 6. And happy to say that the sunshine is still out. And what a difference, not just this ground, but any ground is when the sunshine is out. Just looking at a few flats through to our left. There's an ideal balcony there, isn't there? In front of one of those flats where there's about half a dozen guys sitting. I mean, that's position A, that is for me. It's square on the leg side, but even so, great platform, as that's the thick outside edge along the ground to backward a point. The ball is not running over this outfield, so that is a single. If those of you that might have been watching the pictures, those Hampshire supporters from Cheltenham last week, that would have been 4 runs, no problem, and that was just about a single. 53 for 6, I think that'll be. The scoreboard's, it's more than 52, isn't it? Oh, it's 52. That's how I lie. 52 for 6 here. At one stage, Yorkshire 33 for 6. As Abbott comes in once more and bowls. Forward is Frayne, goes out on the offside, and there is no run.
Ideal bowler, isn't he, for a wicket like this, Kyle Abbott? Coming in, he hits the deck, and he's pretty accurate for a man of his pace. He doesn't give you too many to hit. Just occasionally, we saw this morning with that delivery to Revis, he just did over pitch and get struck before, which was the only boundary in front of the wicket, but he's usually there or thereabouts.
Comes in again and bowls to Frayne. Frayne on the back foot just steers that to backward a point. They may get 2 this time. Ian Holland's running after that one, picks it up just inside the third man boundary, and that'll be 54 for 6. Frayne moves on to 24. You picked up a hat-trick last week. Kyle Abbott, his 2nd ever hat-trick. Both of them have been for Hampshire.
His second
Worcestershire in 2018 was his other one.
His 2nd ever hat-trick?
Yeah.
Not just his 2nd hat-trick.
Well, gosh, I'm getting ganged up on here, really, because you're looking at me as if that was a silly statement, and Doidge is joining in. That's pushed out on the offside. I'm getting attacked on both sides with these amazing... Actually, DT looked at me quizzically. Doidge just laughed.
Well, Marty Emerson and myself have this sort of ever-watch thing on Twitter, don't we, where people use ever superfluously. You know,
Oh, is that right?
where it's unnecessary. So.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I'll remember that. Thank you.
That's all right.
I didn't realise you had such a command of the English language. I'll
the first
take that back.
First time I've ever picked you up.
No, that's fine. No, really, it's fine. As you can tell in my voice, it's fine. It really is fine. Here comes Abbott. And bowls. Frayne gets a length ball. He's in behind that one. It's gone out into the covers. And there is no run. So 54 for 6. Frayne has 24. Bess has 3. And just to go back to Kyle Abbott before I was rudely interrupted. As he had a spell of 5 for 8 in that hat-trick.
Oh, excellent stuff.
Mm.
Excellent stuff.
Is that right? Did I say that right?
Ever taken a hat-trick yourself?
I have.
Yeah. Just the one?
Just the one.
Well, you showed off and then took out a fourth one with the fourth ball, didn't you?
Yeah, I just thought I'd take it one step further.
Yeah.
Well, there's no point. I mean, hat-tricks are 2 a penny, aren't they? It's only real men that's taken 4 and 4.
Has it been done? You probably know this because it's been mentioned many times. But have there in first class history have there been many 4 and 4s?
Well, that's funny you should say that. Yes, there's been a few. I mean, listen. All I know is at the time, and we are going back to 1996, that I was the 32nd bowler ever to take 4 and 4. So now it's been done since, but how many since I don't know. But at the time I was the 32nd.
Okay, and Abbas back into the attack as we had those couple of expensive overs from Holland, and Abbas immediately on the money, and that ball allowed through to the keeper. 3 slips backward point, extra cover mid-off, and it's the usual onside fielding. As I always say to the listeners, they can do that on their own because they know what it is. So nothing out of the ordinary. 54 for 6, and you're right, they brought Abbas back into the attack. How many times has it been done? Had it been done in the championship? Did you know? Oh, it wasn't a championship, of course.
No, it was a tourist game.
It was against India. Abbas bowls and pushed up to or into the onside, and the mid wicket comes into field, no run. And you still get reminded of it a lot, I'm sure, don't you? Probably just by myself and Kevin Hand.
Well, only those that are old enough to remember it, actually, DC. Anybody of a younger generation wouldn't have been born then.
Would they not? No, 26 years ago.
Some of my fellow commentators down south were nowhere near born when that happened.
Abbas bowls, and that's through to the keeper. No run. Young Emily still behaving herself?
Emily Windsor, yeah. She's. I'm not sure she's doing the. There's a women's international on today, isn't there? I can't remember anyway. She's doing some for TMS. Yeah.
There's a T20
Melissa.
this evening, isn't there?
Yeah.
A T20 this evening. Glorious sunshine. Where's that 2 o'clock rain? Stay away. It is a bit grey in the distance. Abbas bowls, and that's a cracking delivery. That's pitched in line somewhere, left him. Probably gone over the top, middle and off that one. Missed the bat. Not a lot you could do with that.
It's done too much, isn't it, really? It was interesting watching Mohammed Abbas last week at Cheltenham, because it was a pretty flat wicket down there for a large part of the game. In fact, it didn't matter all the game. It was, and he got a couple to move here and there, but I tell you what, I've seen more move for him in this game, but comfortably, than last week.
Abbas again running away from slightly up the slope. Bowls, and that's defended up towards mid-on. No alarms there, and as Kevin was pointing out, Jamer was pointing out that the bowler's job here really is to just plug away, and then occasionally one's going to do just a little bit extra for you, as we saw that previous delivery.
Well, he only got 1 wicket in the game last week. 8 overs, 1 for 6 in the first innings against Gloucestershire, but he's second in the second innings. 16 overs, none for 66, and I haven't looked, but I think that's his worst figures for Hampshire.
Bowls, and that's allowed through by Bess to the keeper. No run. Certainly not his worst figures here today. I think he had 3 for 7 this morning and of 9 overs.
Yep.
Doing a fine job for his team. 10 overs, 3 for 7 now then. So.
Yeah, I mean he's not much quicker than Ian Holland, but of course, you know, international class bowler, and it just makes a difference. And that's the difference, isn't it, on these sort of tracks where you can get some bowlers that bowl on it and you think, well, actually this track doesn't look too bad, does it? And then you get others bowling and you think, oh, actually, hang on a minute, it's doing a little bit more than I thought.
Indeed.
And Abbott's getting a bit out of this track at the moment. Comes in, starts a new over, runs towards us and bowls. Oh, he's beaten outside the off stump there. Don Bess. So Will Frame, tell a lie. That's a super delivery, and we've seen a few of those. I think the batter can, any batter that's out there, can never really say they're going to be in here at the moment. They might play some nice shots. They might think that for a few overs it's not doing too much, but then you'll see balls like that, which are almost doing a little too much to catch the edge.
Yeah, that one just went like a leg cat.
It did, didn't it? Abbott to Frayne, who's on 24. Bowls, and Frayne gets a thick outside edge playing forward. Keeps it down. That's running towards third man. Now, that might just go all the way. It's disappeared behind the press box, so we can't see it. Sounds like it's a great piece of fielding listening to the crowd. I wish I could be able to bring and describe that piece of action to you, but I can't. Maybe the reaction from the crowd will tell you that just what a good boundary-saving piece of fielding that was. Yeah, actually, if you're watching the live picture feed, you'll probably just about have seen it, so yeah, you'll be able to see more than we can. Yeah, these pictures going back to the Yorkshire cricket website. They're also going back to the Hampshire cricket website, and of course we're on BBC Sport Online as well as 5 Live Sports Extra, although it's 5 Sports Extra now. Must keep remembering to say that. Kevin James and Dave Townsend with you here at Scarborough, North Marine Road. As Abbott comes in, runs towards us and bowls. I think he may just be playing inside the line there. Yes, he is. And that's a good leave, because that is a good line from Kyle Abbott, who's into his 7th over here, 2 for 21. So 56 for 6 here at Yorkshire, and DT, it's a long way back in a game from here. It doesn't matter how the conditions are, and we expect a bit of rain, don't we, from time to time, which probably will just keep the conditions fresh. But even so, that it's a bit of a predicament, isn't it, for the home side?
It is.
As Abbott comes in and bowls once more outside the off stump, a little bit of bounce, and again that's a good leave from Frayne.
Left that one on length, I think, didn't he?
Yeah. It's a good leaving wicket as much as anything, although as Adam Lythe and also Johnny Tattersall will tell you that probably it's not a good leaving wicket, but I think on balance, I think you still have to look to do that.
Well, Lythe wasn't. It wasn't as though he left it and was bowled, was it? He sort of left it too late and played on. He just got that little inside edge onto the stumps.
Whereas Tattersall was a classic leave it bowled. Here's Abbott again, forward, side edge onto the pad there, as wasn't in control of that shot. Frayne, bottom hand coming off the bat as the ball swung through the line. Just again emphasising that bit of movement that's out there, and there's a slip cordon as well. You see Liam Dawson there with his sunglasses if you're watching the live picture feed, and also Joe Weatherly's got sunglasses on. And Ian Holland and Vince there as well. They're all expecting the ball to come, literally every ball, which you should do anyway as a slip fielder, but I think on some grounds and in some conditions you expect it more than most, and they will be on high alert as Abbott comes in and bowls, left alone again. That's a good leave there from Will Frayne. End of the over, 56 for 6, Yorkshire having won the toss and elected to bat first.
Certainly helps with the concentration, doesn't it, on pitches like this. If you're in the slips, there's no sort of the mind wandering off and thinking perhaps about tonight's meal, or what the missus said before you left this morning, or various other things that might just prove a little distraction.
That's for sure. Just see a guy sunbathing with his top off there on the live picture feed. He's obviously enjoying the sun. Hopefully it's out for a while. I think it might be DT. There's quite a bit of blue sky above us.
There is. That a band of rain has missed us to the south. Abbas bowls and what is that? That's not come off the bat, has it?
That's it.
Is it?
No,
No, gone a mile.
that's gone big leg break, that one.
Oh,
Just shows, isn't it? Different bowler on at one end, all of a sudden making the ball talk.
the ball was talking there. It was saying nick me, but he was going to get nowhere near that, was he? Nowhere near it at all. What was it Fred Truman used to say? Too good for thee, son. So I'm told. Deutsch is here. Deutsch has got a great Truman impersonation. Next delivery. And again, best plays that one defensively. But you can see he's just thinking, similar to the previous delivery, is this one suddenly going to go and have me in trouble? But very warily played that into the offside and no danger at all for him.
Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it, really? Because even a dead straight ball, you play it as though you're quite surprised that it's done nothing.
Yes. Indeed, 56 for 6. Crowd all, most of them have come back into the ground now. A bit of lunch. Abbas bowls through to the keeper. No run. The Fish and Chips does good business at lunch outside the ground here, as you can probably imagine. That's a good little shot down the bottom here.
Is there?
You sort of come out and down to the west side of the ground.
Mm-hmm.
Too good. A few decent places to eat here. So, fish and chips tomorrow night, though. Can't overdo it.
Right, I won't.
Abbas. 3 slips go down as he comes in, bowls, and Bess just defends. No run to be had there. Played square of the wicket. 56 for 6. Now Holland's come off. That little burst, a little flurry of runs has dried up. 27 overs to score 56 runs. It's been engrossing cricket though for the crowd here. Not as big a crowd as I've seen certainly in previous years. Abbas over pitches and he's driven up to the imposing figure of Keith Barker. Really is a big man, isn't he, there at mid-on. He'd be in the veteran stage now, would he Keith Barker? Would that be
35? What would you put that down as?
Well, it's sort of veteran stage, isn't it? I think late 30s is veteran, so especially for a fast bowler.
He's playing his 150th first-class match today.
What a good first-class player. Well, what a good player he is. Abbas bowls, and that's driven sort of one hand coming off the bat. They've scampered through for a quick single. Shy at the stumps by Nick Gubbins, I think that was at cover, and misses, well backed up. They've through for the single. Best keeps the strike. And a lot of effort for one run there, but runs at a premium. 57 for 6. A few stragglers coming back in after lunch down below us. 4 boys carrying polystyrene little trays of food there. Gentleman in a rather ambitious sort of salmon coloured shirt. Carrying a couple of baguettes. He's obviously not eaten yet. He's going to find his seat. Perhaps taking one back for his mate as well.
Here comes Abbott to Bess. Bess plays that nicely through square leg. And that is running away to our left, and that will be 4 runs. Nicely timed by Bess. Over pitch there from Kyle Abbott. And the Yorkshire total moves on to 61 for 6. Got an email here from Paul Spencer. Afternoon to you, Paul. SolentCricket@gmail.com says, listening to the commentary reminded me of the Fenner Trophy. A bit of an end-of-season Scarborough jolly, it seems, to the almost 60-year-old me now. But between
youngster.
Yes, merely a youngster. Merely a whippet, whatever they call him. Here comes Abbott bowls, length ball driven up to mid-on, and there's no run. But between 1971 and 81, it seemed pretty important to me, a 4-team knockout over 3 days. It then became the Asda Trophy and Tetley Cup and endured until 1996. The Tilcon Trophy was played earlier in the season too, along similar lines, but at Harrogate. That was played from 76 to 92 and seemed equally important. Wasn't just modern day fixture list that was packing in matches. Paul, who's in, now I would say Todd Morden, but apparently it's Todd Morden, something like that. I'm sure somebody mentioned this, something like that, yeah. And he says, did I ever play in those festivals? Yeah, I mentioned it earlier. That's pushed out square on the offside. I played in 2, the Tetley Festival back in 92 when Hampshire beat Nottinghamshire, Yorkshire beat Durham, and the final unfortunately rained, so we didn't play it. And I also played in the Asda Challenge back in 86.
Was that a trolley dash or something?
Not really, no, it was just a 14 tournament. Now, Hampshire won that. Hampshire beat Yorkshire in the first semi-final, Essex beat Lancashire, and Hampshire beat Essex in the final. So, yeah, I played in 2 of them, and those were the only times. Here's Abbott. Bowls, and that's nicely played through mid-wicket this time by Don Bess. Every shot at the moment applauded by this home crowd. There wasn't too many to applaud this morning, but things seem to have got a fraction easier on the whole, although still tricky. That'll be 3 to Bess, and that takes the Yorkshire total on to 64 for 6, and Bess moves on to 11.
Up towards the old tea room there. It's splendid this year, as it is every year. One of those sort of iconic little eatery or drinker is in the on the county circuit, isn't it? Like the meat at Grace Road.
Abbott again bowls. Frayne leaves that one alone outside the off stump as a few goals above us, just making a bit of a racket. Simon Jones, the Hampshire Cricket Board Development Manager, has emailed silentcricket@gmail.com. He says, glad the trip northwards is going well. Just a quick shout out to Rob Rich Terring. I hope I've got that right. Rich Terring, the ex-CEO at Scarborough Cricket Club and Yorkshire Premier League North's General Manager, Treasurer and Registration Secretary. He provided great advice to Hampshire Cricket Board on how to run player loan schemes and introduced me to the term of cricket prevention officers, as that's outside the off stump. Has just moved away as well, and that will be the end of Abbott's over. A few runs off it actually. There'll be 10 runs off that over, and Yorkshire are 64 for 6. Thank you very much for that, Simon. Happy to give that mention to Rob. No problem.
Cricket prevention officer.
Yeah, you stop games going ahead.
Well,
obviously not, but it sounds like it, doesn't it?
Yes.
Cricket prevention officer. Yeah.
You prevent cricket.
Well, I don't think that actually is the reason, but it sounds like it, doesn't it? When you say, hi, I'm the cricket prevention officer, you would think everybody would run a mile if you turned up at the ground, wouldn't you? And there's a game about to go on.
Indeed, indeed.
Here's Abbas. Start of a new over outside of the off stump, and Bess leaves alone. You right there, DT? You okay?
Just a little frog in the throat or whatever. Is it Doige about to come back on, or is he? If he unplugs me, I suppose that will be the way to go on.
You had enough?
Oh, I'll be back later.
Are you?
You just appreciate me in small doses. You know?
Yeah, you're all right in small doses. Abbas at the top of his mark comes in again and bowls to Bess. Bess goes at that one. It's an edge. It's over the top of the slips. A little bit wide there from Abbas. Bess went after it. Top edge, about 1.5 foot or so over the slip cordon there, and that's gone down to third man for 4 runs. Yorkshire move on to 68 for 6, and Bess on to 15. Michael from Recklesham has emailed solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, come on, Mr. James. Festival cricket was not too bad for you. Let me take you back to Basingstoke Festival in No, not that one. The Basingstoke Festival in 1997, unless you really meant that, versus Somerset. And who was it that won the game with a magnificent 8 for 49? Well, yeah, I don't talk about it too much. But can you remember who took the other wicket? No, I can't, actually. So you can come back to me on that one, Michael. That's a length ball which Best plays back to the bowler, and there is no run. You are going to take me off, aren't you? And then I'm coming back on that one. God, he's a genius, isn't he? Look at that. I thought he was taking me off air, and then quick as a flash, Doige puts me on a different input. Thank you very much, Jonathan. Good job you're here. Nice to have you back.
Thank you. Nice to be back.
It is.
I'm sure.
It certainly is. As Abbas comes in again. Bowling to Bess. Bess drives. Has he got an inside edge through to the keeper? It's not a convincing appeal, but again, that's bounced and nipped back, and Bess is driving on the up. This is where you have to be a little bit careful.
Yeah. Well, he's just doing all sorts with it this morning, and although it did look a little bit easier, as it so often is the case here at Scarborough, for whatever reason, it looks like it could do anything in the morning. They're off for 40 minutes, come back on, and it looks a different pitch. And it did for a short while. But that was a good delivery.
Certainly was. Comes in again, does Abbas, and bowls Bess this time watchfully forward. Pushes out to extra cover and there's no run. Paul Spencer, suncricket@gmail.com. Yeah, we're talking about the 4-4 against India, blah, blah. But he says, of course, I only mention this because, of course, Chris Old, the former Yorkshire and England fast bowler, and he was a good bowler, wasn't he? He says he remembers Chris Old versus Pakistan in the first test of the 1978 series. He took 4 wickets in 5 balls. The hat-trick ball was actually a no ball. He says he was a fine bowler. He certainly was. I think he was one of the first bowlers I ever watched bowl when my dad took me to a game test. I think it was at the Oval. I thought, gosh, this guy's quick. There's a thick outside edge as he pushes forward there. Bess keeps it along the ground. It's running up to the far end, and that is a good contest, and the ball's just won it. As it just makes its way over the rope. 72 for 6, runs a little easier to come by Yorkshire, but they've still got problems to negotiate out there even, because the ball is still moving around.
Yeah, a lot of problems to negotiate, namely the six that have gone, and the fact that there are only these 4 remaining, and they're just going to have to bat as long as they can. 72 for 6 looks a little bit better, doesn't it, than 33 for 6. Will Frayne, who I don't know if we picked it up or not, but the lads in the press box were saying that he was dropped on 3, they thought, by Joe Weatherly at 3rd slip. The one that went down here to 3rd man, I think he got his hand to it, jumping up. So it went down as a chance as far as the press boys were concerned. And it was off this man, Keith Barker, who's coming back into the attack then at the Trafalgar Square end. But he rode that piece of luck, and I've got to say, he's played very well in context here, Will Frayne. He's had to be super watchful out there. He's faced 80 deliveries now for his 26. And he's been given some accompaniment, some support by Don Bess. Here's Barker then, angling into the right hand. A good delivery to restart. What a ball. Angled in, looks like it probably just held its line. It had that little bit of skip off the pitch, Scarborough skip. So just a little bit more bounce than you get at most places. Through to Ben Brown.
Yeah, I think I just saw there the partnership worth 39. They're scoring at a run a minute at the moment. Complete contrast to this morning.
Frayne waits then. Open stance, wide attacking stance. It's fuller length delivery this time by Keith Barker. Pushed out squarish on the offside. There's no run. There's a bit of sun in this corner of the ground. Mohamed Abbas standing in that, but most of the ground is in shadow at the moment. There's a bit of blue sky overhead. And people just continuing to filter back in after that adjusted lunch break. 3:45 set for tea, as Will Frayne's got a thick outside edge on this one. It's gone wide of the 3 slips between them and point, and he's going to pick up 3 down to 3rd man to take him on to 29. The score to 75 for 6. So charmed lives at this moment in time still for Yorkshire. So 3:45 tea, unless the usual cricket rules of play have been 9 down, or however they frame these things, and then 6:18 the prescribed finish time. Very precise, although, as we know, that never happens.
Great atmosphere here today, isn't it? Really, families.
It's nice to know a theoretical start time, isn't it?
Okay, yeah.
Sorry, finish time even. But misnomer, the close. As Bess flicks this latest one off his legs, it's aerial for quite a long time and one bounce, and is then gathered in by Abbas in front of the pavilion. Bess moves to 20 with that single, 76-46. More coming back. They saw the rain, didn't they? So they might have gone off down, maybe have a wander on the front, something like that, with the sandwiches. Decided to get back in their own time. Barker coming in again, past umpire Malinder. Good delivery once more. Again, kick off the pitch. Frayne can't get forward to that one. He's rooted to the crease, and he kind of almost makes him jump really as the ball goes past him on the rise. Another well-known local with Pool CC on the back of his hoodie going by is Philip Dibb down the bottom there.
Pool as in P-O-O-L, because there was obviously a pool down our way.
Yep.
In Dorset.
Pool in Wharfdale, just down the hill from me, up near Leeds Bradford Airport. Keith Barker is in, and Will Frayne wrapped on the pad. It goes out to third slip. There's no run. Yeah, Dibby used to play a bit of cricket against him. The lad who just walked by. Pudsey lad originally. Pudsey St Lawrence.
We mentioned that earlier, didn't you?
Crops up all the time because it's just such a haven of cricketing history.
Is it?
Yeah. Sir Leonard Hutton.
All right.
Ah, you see, you perked up then.
Well, I mean, I've never heard of that place you've mentioned. In fact, I've forgotten it already, but I've heard of Leonard Hutton. Never heard of Pudsey St Lawrence. I'm sorry, apologies. Apologies for those people that live there. I'm sure there's a few places down south they haven't heard of. Southampton. Fred Boycott. Was he? Who's Fred Boycott when he's at home? Oh, is he? Oh, he's a Twitter spoof, right. Here's a Bass. Bowling to Bess. Bess turns that away into the gap. Wide of mid-on, and we'll pick up a single. 77 for 6. Bess moves on to 21. And Michael from Recklesham has just come back about that time at Basingstoke. And he said it was Jimmy Boville, who was a seamer, and Sean Udall, who is having one or two health problems, unfortunately, the off-spinner, who took the other two on that particular occasion. Thank you very much. So Abbas, 3 for 17, had 3 for 7 at one stage. Ready to bowl the next delivery to Will Frayne, who has 29. Comfortably the top scorer. In fact, these two out in the middle are the only two Yorkshire batters that are going to double figures. Length ball pushed up to mid-on, and there is no run. I'm trying to keep an idea. I'm trying to keep a time on how long the sun's been out. It's been out for quite a while now, hasn't it?
At least they've put on more than the previous 6 wickets did between them.
Yes, batting looked particularly... I was just thinking to myself, do you know, how on earth did Yorkshire get 521 the last time you played here against Surrey? Looking at the conditions here, 521. I wouldn't think, at the moment, I would think 521 in the game. That's pushed out into the covers and there's no run.
Conditions were different. It was just a clear, warm, sunny afternoon and evening that day. The morning was a little bit overcast, and hence you always kind of think 2 or 3 wickets in the morning, come what may, really. It's almost like you're sacrificing those if you bat first, but more than that, fielding side obviously feel like they've clearly won the session, but they went to 125 for 5 just into the afternoon and then really pulled it back.
Abbas bowls, Frayne drives past Abbas, lovely shot, that'll be 4. That's a good piece of timing. Frayne moves on to 33, Yorkshire on to 81 for 6.
And he deserves that as well, because now that he's just flexing at the right knee, he's gone down on one knee here as if something might not be right, and he did have a knee issue a couple of years ago. Hopefully that's not resurfaced here, but he's not. He's struggling.
He is.
That's sad to see. That was a cracking shot, and I think he deserves that because he's just been so patient out there and waited for the rarity that is a Mohamed Abbas bad ball. And it wasn't a bad ball in the fullest sense of that, but it was just over pitch, wasn't it? And he waited nicely and pushed it really back past him.
Well, he's got to be a little bit careful here now, isn't he? Running 2s and 3s, turning quickly. Be interested to see. We'll keep an eye on what happens as that's turned away nicely through backward of square leg. He just hobbles really through that one run. He's going to struggle if he spends any time out there in the middle. He's going to have to think about how he works out how he's going to bat from now on. Not so much batting technique, but how he manages to run between the wicket, because he's clearly in discomfort.
It's his left knee that he's hobbling. He's actually knelt down on it, so I don't know if it's something he feels he needs to stretch out. It might be a quad rather than knee, but it's his front leg.
82 for 6 as Abbas comes into Don Best this time. Best drives on the up through extra cover. Lovely shot. Crowd applauding every shot that beats the infield. Abbott slides into that at deep extra cover. 2 runs to Best. He moves on to 23. He runs a lot easier to come by since lunch. 84 for 6. 50 partnership as well, which again is warmly applauded.
Kyle Abbott with the Scarborough stripe and didn't replace his divot after fielding that.
Are you obliged to?
I think just, it's cricket, isn't it? Oh boy, one replaces one's divots, or is that another sport? Yeah, good effort by Don Bess again, just waiting patiently. He did have a flash at one, didn't he, before that, off Mohammed Abbas. But he found the gap, and that just tells you everything about the way the pitch is playing in general here, because that would have raced away for 4 2 weeks ago in the Surrey match, but it's heavier out there in the outfield still, and it's slowed up. Here's Barker bowling to Frayne, who looks decidedly uncomfortable on that front leg. And again, as he played that, and he played a leave to that Barker delivery, and it was as he was pushing himself back up into his walk off towards square leg that you could tell he was feeling it once again, as he almost doing a forward press type movement. 34 to him, and they can't afford to lose him now, the way he's played here. Barker to Frayne again. Watches that well. It's wide of off stump. Can leave it on length as well. T-shirt order now for many here, and the rain that was supposed to come heavily at lunchtime and into the afternoon. Whoever does these forecasts, how do they keep the jobs? The rain looks set in for much of the day, and still showing that there's large percentage chance of rain around here.
Not in this particular spot.
No. Barker in again, driven by Frayne. Nicely played through extra cover. Again, it's not going to have the legs to make the boundary. And chased down out there by Felix Organ. They get back for 2. 86 for 6, 36 of them to Will Frayne.
Again, Frayne didn't look in total comfort there running the 2. I just don't think it's going to help him the longer he bats out there.
I think it's a case of there's not a lot else they can do now, having lost the 6. It's not really as though you can say, go get some treatment, come back on later in the innings, because you're confident loads of other players are going to be hanging around. Barker in again, that's pushed out to cover, no run.
The other thing as well, of course, is I guess if it's an old injury, then you can't have a runner coming on.
If it is, but I'm not sure that would be fair. You're talking a couple of seasons ago here, and it may not even be the same knee. I can't remember which knee it was. It's not like it's been this year or anything like that.
Okay.
There's been no problems with it since, so that would be pretty harsh. Here's Barker. That's wide of off stump, going further away. Ben Brown taking it in front of first slip. Dot ball.
What sort of season has Frayne had with the bat this year? I'm just having a look. Well, it's only his 6th innings, isn't it? Top score of 31 before today.
Yeah, that was his first one of the campaign. 31-20, 13-14, 1, and then this 36 not out. So it is his highest of the campaign as he leaves this one wide of off stump. Touches his bat in. Played an absolute blinder in that quarter-final of the T20 at the Oval, 32 in 14. to help keep Yorkshire on at the end of that innings, where they eventually somehow managed to get home. So 86 for 6 after 32. Just a reminder, those revised playing hours because of the little bit of time lost for rain. 3:45 even for tea. 6:18 is the scheduled close of play.
All these weather apps that we're looking at, there must be somewhere in Scarborough where it's raining, but fortunately it's not over us, which is good news. Here's Abbas. Comes in and bowls to Best drives, and again he's taken the bottom hand off the bat there as it goes out into the covers. That'll be a single. 87 for 6. Best moves on to 24. Remember, Yorkshire were 33 for 6.
What has he clocked at on the speed gun, Abbas?
I don't know. I mean, he's not the quickest.
No.
And that's why generally now he's not playing for Pakistan, because I think they had a tour to New Zealand a little while ago, and I think it was felt that because they couldn't bowl the Kiwis out, Abbas bowls, always playing a missing outside the off stump. That's a beauty. I think there was a feeling that it was a bit of a lack of pace, really, especially on Test match wickets.
Yeah, he looks 70 odd to me. I'm sure he can probably get it up past 80, but that's just a guess. But just from comparing him with what it feels like compared to other people who you know of that pace.
It's just his nagging accuracy, isn't it,
Yeah.
really? And being able to hit the seam, and in conditions like this, it's hard for the batters. 3 for 25 in his 14th here. Comes in and bowls, length ball, and that's turned up to mid-on by Frame.
I think the most significant thing of the lot, JMO, looks to be he's right over the top, isn't he? At 12 o'clock when he's releasing his arm.
Yeah,
really up there.
Yeah, he's as I say, he struggled probably for the first time since I've seen him at Hampshire in the second innings last week at Cheltenham on a flat wicket, but generally, you've only got to look at his figures even just this year, and the rate that he takes the wickets and the cost, as that's a length ball and that's pushed out on the offside and there's no run. You see, if he's not taking wickets, he just doesn't go for any runs. So he's taken so far 32 wickets this year at 17 apiece, and his economy rate is not even 2.5. So you know he can go a few overs, look innocuous, but it doesn't matter, because at some point he'll take another wicket or two, and his figures are just 4 for 22 in the first game against Somerset. I'll give you an example. That's his best figures actually today. Hasn't taken big wickets. 6 for 45, tell a lie, in the first innings against Gloucestershire at the Ageas. That's turned away to mid-wicket, but not timed. Fielded by Anarwin Donald, who's on as a substitute fielder currently. Just one run off this over so far, 87 for 6.
You were sniggering there in the background, DT, with regard to his action being over the top.
You demonstrating it. Good radio.
Oh, it was apparently the way you demonstrated
Oh,
it.
right.
Yeah. Saying that all the listeners could work out what you were doing, apparently.
Mm.
Here comes Abbas bowls, playing a missing outside the off stump, maybe just holding the line inside the line. But either way, it's a good delivery to end the over. 87 for 6. Frayne has 36, and Don Bess has 24.
And Nigel Ashton has emailed BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com, which you can do if you want to get in touch. He says, chips for Cali night. My local chip is closed on a Tuesday. Would it be okay to do this on Wednesday instead? Thanks as ever for the commentary, which is making a dull day on the Wirral much brighter all round. Yeah, of course, if your local chip is closed on Tuesday. I think, DT wants a committee meeting about it, but I'm saying get on with it, Nigel. It's just good to honour the old boy Wednesday. And you know what Cali would be like anyway. He'd be embarrassed about being honoured. So any night you fancy, really. Every night, even, if you like. Keith Barker in and bowling to Don Bess, which is pushing back up towards the bowler, and there's no run. No, I'm not advocating fish and chips every night, because of course I have the National Health Service on, having me taken off air for that. Health and fitness grounds, of course. I know you're looking at the stomach there, JMO, and thinking, well, surely you do eat fish and chips every night, don't you? And the way he looked at DT's flipping out. Here's Barker in, and Bess works that mid on, and there's no run.
On the contrary, it's nice to be sandwiched in between such highly fit males, an epitome of the male species, really. I feel inadequate actually sandwiched in between you two. Sandwich probably being the right word, and a big one at that. Club sandwich.
Barker to Bess, who's trying to dab that one down to third man. They've taken out Gully and Point here, but he got an inside edge on it, dropped by his feet, didn't know much about it. 87 for 6.
With plenty of mayonnaise on top.
Yeah, so we've done the weather, we've done fat commentators.
Oh, God.
Fat northern commentators. Fat Oxfordshire commentators as well. Barker in, and Bess this time gets it where he was thinking about before. Squarish on the offside, a sliding stop out there by the pursuing Nick Gubbins, and they get through for 1. What's next on the list? Oh, you've done the hotel, but you did that off the air.
Yeah. Well, I did, yeah. The hotel's nice. I love the hotel I'm staying in. It's great, lovely. 30 yards from the sea. What could be better?
What did you say, DT? Keep walking next time you walk out into it.
It's nice.
There's Will Frayne getting an inside edge to this Keith Barker delivery, and that's flown away down towards us for 4 through fine leg. But if you're going to get runs today, it looks like you're going to need a bit of luck on your side. And I think he's probably earned a slice of that. He's into the 40s now. 92 for 6.
Yeah, definitely. He's played nicely. You're going to need a little bit of luck. He's faced over 100 balls now. You're going to need a little bit of luck somewhere along the line. But in between time, you need to be scoring. And he's played some nice shots as well, both sides of the wicket.
Barker turns again, leaving the Trafalgar square end behind him. Left arm round the wicket, and it's short this time, and Frayne is tempted there and has a bit of a flash outside off stump. Ball goes beyond the top edge on the rise, so he gets away with that. 92 for 6 at the end of the 35th. In terms of, we talk about the value of innings sometimes being more perhaps than what the actual figures on the board show, and when your team's been 33 for 6, a 40 feels like a small fortune, doesn't it?
Definitely, it's worth a lot more than that, yeah. But of course you've got to keep going, because at 33 for 6 in a 4-day game, that ain't a good place to be. So if Yorkshire can just keep going, eke out as many runs as they can for these last 4 wickets, and just get themselves somehow back into the game. Maybe not totally back into the game, but certainly give themselves a fighting chance. Change of bowling at the Peaceholm Park end. It's James Fuller taking over from Mohammed Abbas. James Fuller, who's having a terrific season for Hampshire in all forms of the game, T20 and Championship. Abbas has bowled 14 overs, 6 maidens, 3 for 25 after having 9 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 7 before the rain came. That's turned away on the leg side by Bess. First ball of Fuller's spell goes out towards deepest square leg where Felix Organ is fielding. And Yorkshire are 93 for 6.
Tom Bess having a good long wander down the pitch for a word with his batting partner.
So Fuller just got the 2 slips as he comes in, runs away from us and bowls. Length ball, framed forward, pushes that out up towards mid-off where Abbott fields. It's a nice little chatter. You can hear all the chatter around the ground, can't you? It's always a nice feel when you can hear that. A few spectators below us are the ones you can mainly hear. So, just on all these white spots on the outfield, is that sort of feathers, duck feathers or something? As Fuller comes in, that's full, that's driven square on the offside through the gap. think that's going to be fielded. It is just in front of the boundary. That's Joe Weatherly coming round from a wide third man area. 2 to Frayne, come off the bottom of the bat more than anything. He moves on to 42. So they're sort of feathers, aren't they, of some sort?
Yeah, they've shed a feather for every time you've moaned about the weather today.
Is that right? So there's not many down there then. Actually, there's quite a few down there. Have I really gone on that much? For the bowls, length. Oh my word, that's ballooned up to Ben Brown, although it was very wide. It's really gone through and bounced. I think the weather's been lovely. I've seen more blue sky this morning than I thought I was going to do in 4 days. Don't you? It's been nice.
Can't wait for Bradders to be up here to do that Worcester game. Can you, DT, we're doing that one together in a couple of weeks' time.
See, that's the difference with you guys. For the bowls beating outside the off-stump, that's a beauty. Frame pushing forward. You see, I make all commentators welcome. When they come down to the Aegeus Bowl, I look after them. Do you know what I did for Doidgy while we were down there? I had to bring him his lunch. I acted like a waiter. We have to get lunch to the other side of the ground, which is lovely, by the way, the lunch. It's not bad here, to be fair. And he said, can you bring mine over? For 4 days, I brought his lunch over, and this is the way he treats me and thanks me.
Cold.
Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry. Well, you know the answer to that is, don't you? You go over and get it yourself next time. It's Fuller, length ball, Frayne in behind that, plays that back to the bowler. I can't believe he's doing
3
that
days it was anyway. I went over on my own the first day.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
But even so, it's nice,
No, it was
isn't
very, it was very kind of you.
Yeah, can I just say, you know what's going to happen the next time you come down to the Aegeus, don't you?
Yep.
It ain't going to be me that brings it over.
Kev will be taking a breather in a moment for the other Kev to sit in. I've got an update to do for BBC Radio Leeds in what will probably end up being 3 or 4 minutes' time. So heads up on that one. The lovely Rima will be chiming in with some words of wisdom. Enjoy the little bit of fun, the verbal jousting with Rima. 95 for 6, 42 to Will Frayne, and the man on strike is Dominic Bess, who's on 26. Had 36 overs of play, and here's Keith Barker round the wicket and down the hill to the former Somerset man, who's played one into the leg side aerially towards mid-wicket, but drops well short of any fielder. And Ian Holland, I think it is, coming in, yep, from the mid-wicket boundary, so they've set man back there. And also the man James Fuller is down to our left in front of the pavilion. Still 3 slips in place, why wouldn't you? In fact, they brought Holland up now onto the 1 at mid-wicket. And Will Frayne, who was moving gingerly a little while ago, looked like a problem with his left knee. He's leaving one here from Barker. I think we've just heard the 2:30 Peasholm Park. Past 2 Peasholm Park, Battle of River Plate. Just doing a bit of sign language with DT. He's a little bit on the deaf side these days, bless him. As Barker's in, and that's wide of Frayne's off stump through to Ben Brown. And there is no run. Kevin Howells back in alongside.
You boys have been very nasty to one another today.
I think
it's the summer holidays at the seaside. You should just be enjoying yourselves.
It's called banter.
Oh,
do you remember that?
No.
Barker to Frayne, straight delivery, solidly behind it, pushing up to mid-off. The sun shining brightly. It's been a strange old day in that respect. I think, certainly not accusing Yorkshire of anything here, but you know, sometimes when you see the forecast and you turn up at a ground and you're not sure if you're going to play or not, you wonder maybe sometimes if you're fully switched on in the right frame of mind.
That's a good point I think you're making there, Jonathan. Yeah, spot on.
Barker to Frayne, solidly behind it again, pushing up to mid-off, no run, but you know, if you, I mean, I was there when one of the players asked the groundsman, what do you think? Do you think we'll start on time? Well, as it turns out, we've played just about to time. We've had a slightly earlier lunch. We did have a 20 minutes off. But if maybe they were turning up thinking, you know what, we're probably not going to play much today.
Well, yeah. I mean, it doesn't have to even be as strong as that, does it? It's just the uncertainty. There's the perhaps not quite being totally switched on.
Barker to Frayne again. This one leaves him, but is able to leave it.
But you know, we've been giving credit to Hampshire's bowlers as well, haven't we? And the conditions and everything. And you know, this is a bowling attack that's got themselves second in the table. You know, tipped by many people before the season began to be so strong that they are going to be challenging for the title. Talking the other team above them, which is Surrey, they're playing Warwickshire. Warwickshire 96 for 2 at the moment. Paul Edwards, who was on our lunchtime guest today, thinks 3 teams still in it. He thinks Lancashire still might have a say. Well, Lancashire versus Kent, they've not started yet, but they're hoping to start at 3 p.m. this afternoon. So that could be quite a late finish over there in Manchester. Fuller, meantime, is about to come in and bowl. 96 for 6 is the score here, and 4 defensive into the offside. But part of the charm, the beauty, the interest, intrigue in cricket is what we saw leading up to lunch and what we've seen since lunch. It's been captivating stuff, really enjoyable, and hopefully whatever medium you're listening or watching, could be the stream and the likes, as well as the audio, you're having a good day, wherever it may be. Fuller in, and a lifting delivery. Very nearly gets the edge of the pat there. Through to the keeper. There's a cloud around, but in some ways, I mean, we could look back today and think we've been very fortunate and lucky with the rain around, and equally unlucky, because I think, you know, the little, say, bands of rain, but yeah, the little blobs of rain that have been around, they've been going to the south, a bit to the north, and just one just came straight across us at about 12:30 today. If that's the only one, great news. Fuller bowls again, and just looking for that very same consistent length and just a little bit of movement away past the off stump. But certainly a more settled start to the afternoon session, which, as Jonathan's been pointing out, is one which now will finish, unless there are 9 wickets down, at 3:45. That's when the next break will be here, on the opening day of this latest round and last round of county championship matches before the break for the Royal London One Day Cup and for a certain other competition. Fuller bowls. Oh, and well, did he play that? The bat goes flying and very nearly back onto his stumps. The gulls seemingly a little bit concerned as well, saying what on earth's going on there. On the outfield, it's a very wide playing surface here. But that threw him a little bit there. Bess, didn't know too much about that. Frame 42, Bess on 27.
I am indeed here, Rima. Yes, thank you very much. And good afternoon to you. How are you? Okay, thanks. It's been a dodgy old day though, as far as Yorkshire are concerned. They were 33 on the board with 6 men out earlier in the day. The warm applause that you can hear in the background is because they've just reached 100 at last and haven't lost any further wickets. So 100 for 6, so some sort of a recovery, because in a perilous position early on. They won the toss this morning, decided to bat. Steve Patterson back in to captain the side, and also both Ben Coad for his first match this season and Will Frayne back in as well. So 3 changes to the side that drew at Taunton last week, as Don Bess has just hit what will probably turn out to be a 3 here. He's on 34 as a result of that, and Will Frayne is not out on 42 and has worked very hard. Also got a bit of a knee problem to deal with at the moment out there, Will Frayne. We had a bit of rain this morning. Rima, we lost about 20 minutes of play. They took an early lunch to make a bit of time up and all the rest of it. So we've got a bit of a reset of play, with play due to close at 6:18 precisely this evening. We shall see. But at the moment, Yorkshire 103 for 6, and I hope you have an appropriate track for me to play me out with.
I do. Are you ready for this? Because it's a
I'm never quite sure whether I am or not with you. Take it away.
And for those listening on Sports Extra, Doidgy there having to talk with something called Rima, was it?
Mm-hmm.
So you wouldn't have got to hear Rima, but she obviously on an afternoon decides she's going to play a record for Doidgy, and that's very nice. Are you a fan of Queen?
Somebody to love.
Well.
Could anybody find me somebody to love?
Well, that'll give us something to talk about during the next rain break. But 103 for 6. Doidgy, you again.
It's Barker to Don Bess, who shoulders arms. The thing was, last week we always have this little interplay, and it was time to play whatever track it was when she.
And this is on Radio York.
Radio
York.
Radio
Leeds. Take your bulletins.
When she left me behind at the end of it, I said, right. She said, "This is specially for you, Jonathan Doidge."
Yeah.
And the music, the intro chimed up to "Every Breath You Take" by The Police.
Yeah.
So that the next time, 2 hours later, 4:30, she came on and I said, "I've got some serious issues with you because you just played dedicated a song about a stalker to me."
Oh.
Here's Keith Barker to Bess and Shouldering Arms.
Is it? Is that a song about stalking?
Well, it's love that's come to an end, and he's kind of
Oh, right.
and Sting, as the singer of the song, he's kind of every
know
breath
that.
you take, I'll be watching you.
Oh, I didn't realise. I thought it was just a nice love song, that. Oh, I'll have to listen to that again.
Yeah.
Anyway, so you get your own dedications, 2:30, 4:30 every afternoon on Radio Leeds.
I do.
That's the business.
Commentators call.
See, Kev don't get that on Radio Solent. They never play a song for him on Radio Solent.
He's never on air when he's back at their place. He's usually giving it to somebody else at that point. Here's Keith Barker, and that's wide of off stump and best misses, and I got that one in. Well, he's not on air to defend himself.
I'll defend him for you because, of course, what he's doing is he's introducing some of the best broadcasting talent that you're going to hear over the next 10 or 15 years.
Giving people
And
opportunities.
Opportunities, you see. That's what he's doing there. Yeah. My friend who bought me a lovely cappuccino this morning. Now the ground is open fully, of course, I can go and return the gesture, and I will this afternoon with the lovely coffee-making van down there. Now the ground's open, yeah.
Here's Keith Barker bowling to Dominic Bess, who wanders down the pitch half a stride, strangely enough, before this delivery. Not entirely sure why, but he got it away to third man for a single. Yeah, we've had the lovely ice creams from Lily, and a lovely coffee by Kev. The pressure's on me to go and do something at some point. I suppose I usually used to bring cakes into the box, but they were getting left behind all the time. And being in Yorkshire, I couldn't afford to be wasting money on people who didn't want to eat buns.
No, quite right. Well, we're all athletes here, all athletes. Anyway, this partnership's still going along nicely here.
Yeah, 104 for 6, 71 this pair have put on, and Frayne leaving one through to Ben Brown. He's, if anybody's going to be used to the way things are playing out there, and it's not so long since we saw him get an inside edge, but if anybody is, it's going to be Will Frayne. He's faced 103 deliveries, I think, now.
Not much of a queue at the ice cream stall at the moment, Doidgy, actually. Now's your chance, possibly.
I was thinking coffee rather than ice cream.
Oh, that's next door. That's two to the right, that is, of the ice cream stall down. Or maybe even just one to the right. But anyway, down around there. That's the place to go.
Barker again. Frayne gets one that, would have skimmed the fat bellies of DT and myself, according to Kev James, had it gone past us, but Will, being slimmer than that, managed to get inside it. End of the over, 104 for 6.
Just the one run to come from it. Partnership of 71 of 108 balls. And definitely on the scorecard, the Yorkshire side of things, Frayne and Bess really standing up. But earlier, Abbas 3 for 25, Abbott 2 for 28, Barker with a wicket as well.
Good to see lots of kids in anyway this week, Kev, by comparison to a couple of weeks ago when I know, of course, you were here. Definitely the average age of those attending has been reduced by quite a lot of children playing during the lunch break, more so than there were a couple of weeks ago.
Definitely. Fuller continues his third over, in and bowls. And that's worked by Bess onto the onside. And no run. All having a look around at the gulls as you're pecking at the ground a little bit away to our right-hand side. This is such a wide square, isn't it? I noticed that right at the end of the last championship match, when things were wrapped up and that Surrey victory over Yorkshire, straight away the nets were out, and the players who play for Scarborough, it's a cricket club here, they're a fully functioning cricket club, they were out there in the nets just on the far right hand side as Fuller comes in and bowls, and just past the off stump, and just a little bit of movement through to the keeper. They were patiently waiting for that game to finish, and then they could get just a little bit of net practice in on what would have been probably the Thursday night ahead of the weekend games. And they were the brave souls, because I think by that stage there was actually a bit of rain around, wasn't there, actually, not long after that game finished, for a short time.
Within minutes, really.
Yeah.
It came down quite heavily. 2
slips at the moment for Fuller, who turns, marched on by a couple of young spectators, and in and bowls, and movement again, a little bit of late past the stumps and through to the keeper to gather that one in.
Don't do it, DT.
Dave's just going to have a bit of a look around the back here at where the weather is coming from today, and the big thumbs up, which suggest, well, in DT's case, it suggests there might be a big black heavy rain cloud coming, but no, no, it's beautiful sunshine, because he wants his full 4 days here, don't we all, in terms of a good game of cricket as well. Fuller in past the umpire. And a swing now, he very nearly gets a little edge on that as he pulled a delivery. Got to concentrate the mind. He thought he was of a length that it was there to be pulled away, but didn't get on it. Through to Brown, the keeper. No run, and it remains at 104 for 6.
I'd be pretty confident with the stuff that the Hampshire bowlers are dishing up now that Yorkshire are going to be 320-ish for 6 come the end of the day, something like that. J-Mo, what do you think? Yeah, he's fully in agreement with that.
Well, they seem a bit more settled in the stands, the Yorkshire supporters looking on. We wait and see as Fuller is again in, and that's full. That's cut down towards the third area and fielded around to his left-hand side. It's just going to be 1 run for Yorkshire. One more, steering themselves small steps out of big trouble. 105 for 6 now is the score in this 40th over of the innings. Frayne and Bess, this pair. Still got 56 overs left to play today, but T will be at 345 regardless of the number of overs. First day of this 4-day match, and Fuller again, he has a long run up. Does Fuller, comes in, runs away from us, in and bowls full, and again just past the off stump, but confident enough to leave that one is Frayne, and he remains not out on 42. Bess has moved up to 36, and Yorkshire at 105 for 6 on now a lovely sunny afternoon. Who's that looking on there, Doige? Can't quite see the sun across the screen there.
Ben Code.
Ben Code. We're looking forward to seeing him on the field. Never mind chatting away there, as he is at the moment, to some supporters.
Just at the far end of the balcony from us, actually, standing up. Yeah, so going back to that game 2 weeks ago, Kev, 125 for 5, as we said. That 5th wicket that day fell at 2:02 p.m. We've had a little bit of a delay, so we're not that far behind in game term times, and score-wise, it's not that dissimilar. And then, of course, the 6th wicket that day went on to raise 305 runs, a record 6-wicket partnership for Yorkshire against any county. Barker in, and that's wide of Bess's off stump, and there's no run. So, and batting did look appreciably easier during that afternoon, having had such a perilous start that day as they have done today. You would say probably doesn't look quite as good on this day as it did then, but still there's optimism for some sort of a score. Parker in, and that's wide of Bess's off stump. No run. And Don Bess, in terms of his first class record with the bat, of course he got a test half century. He's had 10 of those in first class cricket plus 1 century, averaging just shy of 23, and with over 2,000 first class runs to his name. Barker in and bowling to him, has a waft at this one, and again he did what he did in the previous over there. He's just a little shuffle out of his crease somehow to try and walk into it.
What do you make of these? Some of the shots he's selecting now. Has he been playing like this throughout? I hadn't really noticed.
I've not seen him play like this season when he's done that, but he's obviously trying to just negate the length that Keith Barker's bowling at, and also take a bit of nip out of it, I guess. If he can get closer to the pitch. This time it's a little bit shorter, and he's happy to watch it go through. He's been bowling really well, and we'll possibly have some of that from him today, you'd think. But he's had a good season with the ball, I would suggest. He got wickets again last week, he got wickets here the week before, and for me that's reward for some of the hard yards he's put in on some very placid pitches early season that have really offered him not a lot of assistance, but he's still kept it tight. Here's Barker to him now with bat in hand. Bess playing it to mid-on, and again no run. And of course, you know, the great sort of moment of the season off the field this year has been that re-signing of Harry Brook for 5 years. Very, very good bit of business, you'd think, for the club. But in terms of signings in recent years, he's got to be right up there, Don Bess, what he's brought in all sorts of ways, fielding as well as what he can contribute with the bat, but in particular what he's doing with the ball, and he's pushing that up to mid-off, and there is no run. 105 for 6, he's on 36, Will Frayne on 42 at the end of the 41st over.
Indeed. Well, however they're going about it at the moment, they're doing a steady, decent job here for Yorkshire. Partnership of 72, 105 for 6. Been out there for 83 minutes, this pair. Frayne on his 42 from 115 balls. Bess is 36 from 62. And looks like we're going to see Fuller continue from this near end. Wind every now and then gets up. It's just maybe just dropped a little bit across the ground at the moment, but here as we are right next to the coast, it doesn't take long for that to whip up and become quite blowy. We wait and see later on. Fuller bowls on around about leg stump, clipped away very nicely onto the leg side. Good tumbling stop in the field as well, and therefore there will be no run added at all. Is that Nolan Donald who's on as 12th at the moment? And have we noticed who's off? I think he may have been on for a little while there, but
Mohammed Abbas.
Mohammed Abbas, yeah,
suggesting.
I think he was. So Donald doing the tumbling stop out there. 105 for 6, and Fuller again. Back in past umpire Peter Hartley now. In with 2 slips going down. And driven, but doesn't time it. And that easily could be something that just pops back up into the hands of Fuller, but it doesn't do so. Scores elsewhere around the country. Essex 124 for 2 against Somerset. Gloucestershire 144 for 4. At the college there, Cheltenham against Northants, where Kevin and myself were last week, and having a very nice time, I must add, up on the balcony of the college. Well, I bothered to turn up for days 3 and 4 before he said anything, but I enjoyed my 2 days there. It was good fun. I enjoyed that. Give you the Warwickshire score again in a moment. Fuller in, bowls up onto his toes, and kept down well by Frayne. It's going to run down towards third. Easy pick up, and it's going to be a single. Scored 106 for 6 now. At the Oval, Warwickshire 101 for 2 against Surrey. Lancashire Kent due to start at 3 o'clock this afternoon. They've had problems with the weather there in Manchester. Durham 132 for no wicket against Middlesex. Easy to say just up the road. It's a cross and up the road really. A little bit of distance away, but Durham off for rain at the moment. They're at Chester Street. And Derbyshire 109 for 8 away to Worcestershire at New Road. So Fuller again in and bowls, and draws the bat out of the way just in time there, Bess. And we've got another game coming up tonight. If I just put a plug in for Sports Extra, because tonight you'll be able to follow England's women versus South Africa women 6:30 at the Incora County Ground of Derby, where I was last week, where I basically turned up because that's where the train stopped. I couldn't go any further. Thank goodness it wasn't just one stop on, which would have had me spending my cricketing day in Tamworth, which really wasn't part of the plan. But anyway, I got off at Derby and had a good day there as well, before making my way down to Cheltenham. As Fuller bowls, and just a little bit of width, I say width, but it was a little bit wide of the the off stump there, and again, it's just making that ball just shape away a little. But nothing of any. The only danger there, I guess, really, is he didn't time it right. Just a bit of an inside edge, maybe onto the stumps, but he's okay. Well, he does go. He doesn't look settled best. Does he ever look settled out there with a bat? I don't know, but he does. He looks a little bit unsettled at the moment. Goes off for a bit of a wander, and we've seen a couple of shots which have been just a little bit on the loose side, or not quite executed properly. So perhaps he needs to settle down. Fuller into Bess now, and he'll like that one just up on his hip to turn it away for a single. Down towards the marquee, down there on the deck chairs. They're all out there having a. I mean, usually about this time they pop out to the marquee just to see if there's still a game of cricket going on, because they've been in there for a couple of hours, and there is. But if they're Yorkshire supporters, they'll be delighted because they went in for their lunch down there at about 10 to 1, and they've only just come back out to the bright sunshine. They may have been fearing the worst, but no, it's still 6 down. It's 107 for 6. Frayne on 43, Bess on 37.
It was James Vince who went off. In fact, Mohammed Abbas, we couldn't spot him, but he was out down by the suits in the far southwest corner of the ground.
Well, Vince has been off a couple of times. I wonder if maybe he's feeling okay. I don't know. Well, all sorts of different reasons why, especially captains can pop off every now and then, maybe.
Barker continuing from the Trafalgar Square end round the wicket, slides one down the leg side. They're appealing for a leg side strangle. Best did have a little flick at it, but it was also falling over to the offside at the same time, and I think it's past the inside edge, so there is no run. The Sorby Bridge boys continue to pepper us with tweets of coffee or beer in hand, and Yorkshire lad says, wonder how many other Yorkie supporters along with me didn't venture to Scarborough because of the rainfall forecast. Probably a few, but it's still reasonably well populated, although no, Paul Edwards, when he was on with Kev at lunchtime, said he thought there were less in here than he normally sees. Good delivery from Barker, and Bess is very interested in that, and you can understand why. It's a roundabout fourth stump, and he wants to push at it, but pulls out a little bit late, and it meets the gloves of Ben Brown on the rise. That Scarborough bounce in evidence again.
There are lots of reasons why there may not be as big a number in this week, and they're quite local reasons, such as there being a pop concert which was advertised several months before the cricket fixtures were out. And
yeah, here's Barker. That's way down the leg side this time, and no chance of Brown reeling that one in. You'll hear the thud as the still apparently in good condition ball hits the advertising hoardings. That's 4 byes. 1-1-1 for 6.
Sorry, Jonathan. People like to book their nights, you see, but come along for the trip, and Scarborough basically fully booked on one night, ruined that for some. Wednesday's going to be a difficult day. It's a train strike day on Wednesday, so that's going to stop people, people coming across from West Yorkshire, up from South Yorkshire, from the Hull area as well. So it's not the best.
Barker in, and Bess loses his footing, having a swish at this one, well wide of what's so wide. In fact, it has been signalled as a wide. Slips brought into play, almost scattering like skittles there as the ball came towards them. So an extra run on the tally, 112 for 6. Bess, 37 of them, remains on strike.
Hits the turf again.
Yeah. Barker once more. Bess dropping that one down in front of him, and there is no run. I'll step out at the end of this over, and JMO. Oh, is it DT next? Sorry, DT will step back in.
Jeff Cope.
JMO can take over from Kev when he leaves at 3.
Jeff Cope, I see there, walking round the ground. Still president, I think, of Yorkshire, isn't he? Copey, former Yorkshire in England.
With Bobby Ham.
Okay, yeah. Sorry, go on.
Bobby Ham, former footballer, as Barker's in, and Best plays that out into the covers. No run.
Copey, along with other people, very keen on retaining relations with, all the different sports, whether it be football or whatever. And I'm sure it's the same down in the south as well, from the Southampton, Bournemouth areas, where players of a certain area, it doesn't matter what their sport, but they have a similarity. They have reasons to engage with one another, and that's what Jeff is doing there with Bobby. But he speaks highly of Bobby. I've heard him do so in the past.
Here's Barker to best, plays that nicely, gets over the top of it, runs it down to third man for a single. 38 to 113 for 6 at the end of the over. I'll depart and leave you with Kev, and then DT will be in the chair.
And then I think I'll move aside for JMO in a second or two. I'll do one more over from here. But yeah, it's a shame. Hopefully, gosh, you just hope that the fixtures, which came out, was it February time? Was it January, February? Have I exaggerated there? Well, it was just before. It was late. Anyway, whenever the fixtures came out this year, it was late. And it does have an impact on places like this, where people, people from Scarborough come and watch. Obviously, locals, but there are people that do travel from all around, as Fuller is in and bowls and worked away behind square on the leg side. That's definitely going to go into the marquee, and they'll be scattered off the deck chairs down there. That's 4 runs. That will have woken them up after their lunch, and the score moves to 117 for 6.
Beautiful shot, though, wasn't it? Lovely timing. There's 2 men out there at long leg and deep square leg, and it bisected them perfectly, as Kevin Hand has a habit of saying, which I'm not quite sure is technically correct or not. But
not like you to point those things out, DT, but
completely unlike Nico.
Yeah. Well, of course, he's up at Durham. And Hand with Marty this week. Meantime, Fuller here for Hampshire. In and bowls, York at length, and worked away onto the onside. I had to be a little bit careful there. That was coming down very full. Got that wrong, and the stumps are splattered. 117 for 6 here.
So what's this concert that's on that everybody's...
Sir Tom Jones tomorrow. So bad news for you, DT. I'm afraid you've missed Westlife and Aha. They've already been this summer. But you've got a chance to meet your old mucker, Sir Tom, tomorrow. If he knows... Gosh, can you imagine Scarborough with DT and Sir Tom out on the town together? That's a frightening thought. Fuller in and bowls. Width and cut away. Straight to the fielder, though. It'd just be the 1 run down there at third. So it's 118 for 6. But I understand, I'm told, this might not apply for them all, but most of them, and they've got a really good reputation now, the open air theatre here, for having some really good names come along during the summer months for the concert. But I'm told they tend to fly in by helicopter to somewhere close by. They don't necessarily stay in town. So if you're hoping to bump into Sir Tom in the walkabout or whatever tomorrow night, I don't think it's going to happen. You never know. Maybe up at the Albert. Well, that'll be a thought. Fuller in, full, and again guided down towards third, but actually it's well to his left-hand side. That's going to be 4 more runs. 4 more runs to please the home support here. And again, just a word about the support and people travelling. They're on, and I'm sure Jamie will have spotted this. There are quite a few Hampshire supporters that have put this down in their diary to come up and visit this game, and I think it does for all teams in the championship rounds. I'm sure it is. If they can just go to 1 or 2 matches a year away from home, I'm sure this would be quite high up on the list. 122 for 6 is the score now, and it's Frayn again, having got that 4. He's on strike. He's on 47 and pushed into the offside again for no run. But yeah, good. So the thing is, I know it's the summer holidays, and I've just laid out various reasons why some people maybe not quite as in large number, but it's a Monday, and look at the numbers you've got in for a county championship match on a Monday, and these are good numbers. But you get a game maybe starting in the past on Thursdays or Fridays, and that popular side there that would be rammed, absolutely rammed. As Fuller again comes in and bowls and taken by the keeper again. But look, we're comparing it with some huge numbers. I think this is still a very good crowd for a county game of cricket, and they're enjoying themselves, and thankfully also they are enjoying some decent weather now. I think it's quite warm out there, and making the most of it despite the rain interruption earlier. 122 for 6. Frayn on 47, 43 to Bess. Recovery here for Yorkshire with so much more to do. Dave Townsend, and then it'll be Kevin James who joins you.
Yeah, thanks very much, Housie, and I think he was just alluding there to the fact that when the reports come out, when the fixtures come out in the winter, when they come out and they're published, usually published in November. Everybody's waiting for them all. Where the first class fixtures coming out? Where am I going to go? Who's going to be playing here? Who's going to be playing there? Oh, I think I could go to Chesterfield this year and watch. They're playing Middlesex or something. That would be a good game. Finally got there to see them this year. Barker starts new over. That's outside the off stump through to the keeper. Then other grounds that you either go to regularly. In my case, Scarborough. Love coming here, as you well know, Jamer. And grounds like Southport, the smaller grounds. Maybe have a look, see who Sussex are playing. Have a couple of days down at Hove, watching the games down there, and perhaps a couple of family members coming down and enjoying what else has got to be offered in Hove Bright. Next delivery from Barker is pushed quietly into the offside, and the fixtures were late this year. We were not able to make our plans for the summer holidays until January or sometime like that. So yeah, I think that's a very valid point from Kev, and people coming here to watch Sir Tom Jones. Still going. He must be well into his 80s, mustn't he, the old one? 122 for 6. Barker bowling to Bess, and Bess just defends that one quietly into the offside. And you're back. Are you all plugged in and you've got everything sorted there?
I'm there.
Good man.
There's good batting going on at the moment. I think there's a combination of this stand, two batters batting well, the ball getting a little older. It doesn't look quite so perilous, does it? Out there in the middle. It was perilous before they went off for rain after an hour and a half this morning. You would not have backed yourself to even get double figures, and that's exactly what happened with every one of the top 6 of the Yorkshire players. But it looks a bit easier now.
It does, and Barker now changing his line of attack. He's got 3 slips, but he's coming over the wicket. He's bowled round the wicket, the left arm, all morning to the right hand as he comes over the wicket there and immediately beats Bess outside the off stump. That goes through to the keeper. He's also got 2 men out in the deep. Thanks for just we've had problems with equipment all day here, so briefly taken off air there. A lot of people should say it ought to last longer. That.
Sorry, I switched you off there.
Yeah, I was going to say a lot of the listeners will be saying, could you perhaps do that for a bit longer? But there you go. 122 for 6.
But that last ball just shows there's still something there. It's not as often now, but it's still there.
Barker from the Trafalgar Square end, he bowls, and that's just turned quietly off his hit by Bess. He's thinking about a second. He's coming back for a second, and that's very good runnings, particularly by Will Frame. He's had that problem with his knee, and that reason greater applause there was because that ball was played not much past square leg. The long leg fielder had to come in. It's not the biggest of playing areas here at Scarborough, so good running there, and James Fuller maybe a little bit on his heels, just contemplating the spell that he's bowling whilst he's not bowling down there at long leg. 124 for 6. Barker again to Bess, and Bess angles that one down away. I think he's got that between second and fourth slip. He's angled it down to third man, and that's his 50. So is it his 50? It's not his 50. He's moved on, getting ahead of himself. A little bit premature there, Kev. Not for the first time, mind.
I was just wondering if that went through at catchable height. I think that might have been on the full. There might be a gap in that area, but even so.
Just it's what always happens, isn't it? When you have two slips and a fourth slip, and the ball flies through, catchable at third. And if that was the applause for him reaching 49, I suspect going to be much louder for 50. You see the replay of that?
I haven't to know. It's not come up on the live picture feed as yet. Obviously not deemed worthy. But these two are put on 95 now for the 7th wicket, which would have seemed highly unlikely at 33 for 6. But Yorkshire have done particularly well. Ian Holland back into the attack now with his medium pace. Bowling from the Peasholm Park end, our commentary end. First 3 overs went for 15. With one maiden, comes in now. And that's driven in the covers. And that is going to be, well, at least 2, might be 3. This might be the 50 up. And Bess will have to hurry. And that is 50 for Will Frame. ...122 deliveries with 6 fours.
Batted really well for that, the Yorkshire number 4. A little bit of luck at times as he needed it with the ball moving about this morning. But he stuck with it. And now batting getting just that little bit easier. He's cashed into the tune of 50 runs. 1 run and we'll get applause for Don Bess's 50.
Bowles plays and misses outside the off stump. Yeah, Will Frame, who's certainly playing his 6th innings here today. Previous top score this season of 31. And 98 these two have put on now for the 7th wicket. Frustrating Hampshire somewhat. Would have expected, even with the sunshine out, since they came back at 1:30 after taking an early lunch, would have expected to take at least 1 or 2 in this session. Best pushes out into the covers and there's no run. The mention of Jeff Cope, says Paul Spencer on the email, sunandcricket@gmail.com. Paul in Todmorden says that the mention of the presence of Jeff Cope at the ground today got me thinking of the England tour of Pakistan back in 77 and 78. On debut, Jeff Cope, for a few moments, had a test hat-trick to his name after the umpire upheld appeals for a slip catch. As Holland comes in again, it cuts over the top of first slip, and that is Don Bess's 50. Moves on to 53.
And also the 100 partnership, well batted by Don Bess. He's certainly added some momentum to this innings. He's been bolder in his shots than we've seen from the earlier Yorkshire batsmen, and a little bit fortunate there, but perhaps the shot that his coach would like to see, because that was very close to both first and slip and the keeper, and I don't think it was too high either. I think it was bisecting them again.
7 fours in
perfectly.
Don Bess's half century. Here's Holland again, bowls, and it's full. It's whipped away on the leg side, nicely timed, but there is a fielder out at deep square leg. I think that's Felix Organ actually, if I look through 3 panes of glass, through our glass and also the press box even. And the Yorkshire total on to 136 for 6. Just finish off that email from Paul. He says, however, Mike Brearley, who took the catch, then sportingly informed it hadn't carried. That was nice of him, wasn't it? Here's Holland again, a length ball. Frame pushing that out into the covers. That'll be the end of the over. So 50 for Frame, 54 to Don Bess, 136 for 6. And Keith has also emailed sonatcricket@gmail.com, says, I hope Will Frame is not a Gordon Greenwich, who I remember hobbling at Norton's Road and scoring big runs. He's enjoying the commentary and hope the weather holds. Just re-emphasising the ground announcer, the partnership and those 50s. Yes, well, actually, Will Frame seems to be okay at the moment, doesn't he, really?
Yeah,
He looked like he was having a problem, but maybe he's just warming up.
Run it off or something.
Yeah.
That's a problem knee. It was his left knee, wasn't it? But he seems to be okay now. It's going to be Barker to continue. Do get in touch on the old Twitter. There's the Doidges, Jonathan Doidge, at Jonathan Doidge, and myself at DO_cricket. Barker bowls, driven at and missed as that goes through to the keeper. He's living a bit dangerously at the moment. Best, and your Twitter is at
Solent Sport.
Oh, at Solent Sport. That's a nice, easy one to remember. So thank you for all your tweets and particularly your emails to JMO. Do read most of them out as well. I know there's always people think, oh, I won't bother because they won't read it out, but we do. Barker bowls, that's through to the keeper, and there's no run. I'd like to mention a new listener we've got, a mate of mine over in Thailand who's been in touch, Tim Lewis, who's sitting on his balcony, sipping something cold, listening to us whittering on. Not sure whether he's got his old mate Lorenzo Marks there today or not, but he's a first-time listener, as they... What's the first-time caller, they say, isn't it? I mean, you do a phone-in show. Still get a few first-time callers. Barker bowls, and that's pushed firmly up to mid-off. No run. There have got to be worse places to be listening to us than sitting on a balcony at about 9 o'clock in a warm part of the world, sipping something cold. You're nodding away, though. It's not
No, I'm
radio,
agreeing.
isn't
I'm
it?
totally agreeing with you. No, I'm just totally agreeing with you. I'm just picturing it, actually.
136 for 6. Barker again. Oh, driven firmly this time. He's found the gap. That's a very good shot by Don Bess. He has been aggressive, positive in this innings, and he's found the gap there between extra cover and mid-off, away down there to the tents, the hospitality tents on the bottom side of the ground. Those of you who know North Marine Road, fabulous place to watch cricket. Those of you who haven't been here, and if you're cricket fans, you have to put this on your bucket list or your to-do 1 year list or whatever. Yep. Come up here, lots of really nice little hotels to stay in. Barker bowls, and Bess has got this one away down to third man this time for a single. He moves on to 58, 50 to Will Frayne, 141 now for 6. Sort of classic old British seaside, isn't it, Scarborough?
Is it?
Well, you know.
Well,
You've been to a few, you've played in a few.
yeah,
Southport, you must have played Southport.
I didn't play Southport. I've commentated at Southport. That's a nice.
That's a lovely location as well. Back in the day, Western-super-Mare don't play there anymore, do they? Barker bowls, and again, Frayne's head snaps back as though he's nicked that one. He hasn't. It's gone through the keeper.
Still there, isn't it? It's still there, but in between time now, batting looks a lot easier than it did this morning. Yeah, I played Western-super-Mare. Yeah, played there.
Yeah, that was a cracking little ground, that one.
Just trying to think somewhere else that's near the sea. There's not too many, is there?
It was obviously Hove, which is a county ground, isn't it? Did you ever play Folkestone?
I did play one of them over that way, and it may have been Folkestone, actually. Yeah, I think so.
I think Kent used to play at Dover as well, but they've not played there for a very long time.
No, I don't think I played there.
Those old grounds. We were talking earlier about Hastings, which is, sort of reminds of the... well, it's a great big Sainsbury's now, but...
Other supermarkets available?
Well, yeah. I mean, that's what it is. It's not one of the others.
Yeah. I think I was due to play one of the last games there, but it rained. So that was a long time ago, early 80s, I think.
I actually commentated on the last game there. So,
Did you?
Middlesex, back in the day, 1989.
So Ian Holland to start a new over. The keeper, Ben Brown, is standing up to Don Bess. He's still got 2 slips, though. Comes in, bowls, that's a length ball. Bess pushes forward out to mid-wicket.
Yeah, they've got a bit of a problem here, haven't they, Hampshire? Because these runs coming too easily at the moment. If you look at the score for what it is, 141 for 6, it's a Hampshire supporter, you'd be happy with that. But if you look at it in the context of they were 33 for 6, you'd be saying, well, we really do need to go bang bang fairly quickly.
Yeah, let Yorkshire off the hook here a little bit. But not taking anything away from Frayne and Bess. It's Bess to face on the line of leg stumped, turns that away behind square, may look for 2. In the end, don't take it.
Frayne's still not moving 100%, is he, without dodgy knees? He's sort of flexing it again now.
141 for 6, and Owen Donald's back on the field, but James Vince is out there at second slip, so it'll be somebody else who's off at the moment. Could be Abbas. I thought it was Abbas before, but it might actually be him this time. As Holland bowls, forward is Frayne. There's a gap there as well, square on the, or just behind square on the offside. 143 for 6 now at Yorkshire. It just seems as though in between the balls, which are moving and bouncing a little bit, which, as I say, are getting less and less now as the ball's getting older, that Yorkshire are able to find gaps, and if they're not just finding gaps, they're also playing some particularly handsome drives. These two have been very positive, especially Bess, as it plays that late and angles the bat down towards backward of square. So that's another single, 144 for 6. Bess has 61 of 92. Frame 51 of 125. Holland is 0 for 26 in his 5th. So Bess, the slightly more aggressive of the two. They're combining well. As Holland comes in again and bowls to Frame. Frame works that length ball to mid-wicket, fielded by Joe Weatherly. Sun's just disappeared, and I'll tell you what, it's the first time it's disappeared for a while. It's been lovely this afternoon, isn't it?
Been beautiful. Crowd are enjoying it. Most of the jackets are off.
Yeah, there was a couple of guys with their tops off just below us earlier. I thought, I know the sun was out, but I thought that was just pushing it a little bit. I think certainly chillier now. As Holland bowls very full and Frame very deliberate with that forward defensive as it goes back to the bowler. 144 for 6 Yorkshire, having won the toss, and it's been a great comeback. Because when the players left for rain at 12:30, Yorkshire were 33 for 6 and in serious trouble.
They were. These two have batted very, very sensibly. Bess at times has had a little dart and perhaps given his supporters 1 or 2 heart flutters. But Frame, he seems to know where his off stump is, or he has done today, hasn't he? He's left quite well. And then when he's had a bit of luck, there was that inside edge for 4 down here. And
I think to get to this
got
point,
away with it.
Yeah, I mean, for both these to get to this point, they will have needed a little bit of luck, definitely. And there still is a little luck needed from time to time, because we saw the ball darting around quite a bit this morning. Not as much now, of course, because we are into the 49th over. But even so, there are balls out there where you've got to be very careful, and you've just got to hope that you play a miss. But in between time, I think what's been impressive from these two. They've been quick to pounce on anything that hasn't been in the right area. And I think generally, well, not generally, but from time to time, Hampshire have just bowled a little too straight.
Change of bowler then. It's Kyle Abbott back into the attack. First ball to Bess's. Just eased away down to 3rd for a single.
Is that Jeff Cope there?
Yes, it is.
In the dark blue suit? Oh, the other one with the dog. Now, Jeff Cope
Go on.
was... my first ever second team game was against Yorkshire at Bradford Park Avenue, and Jeff Cope played in it.
Yeah. Your first ever game?
My first ever second team game, yeah.
Oh, second team, yeah, okay.
Yeah, first second team game. Yeah.
146 for 6.
Because he had a problem with his action, didn't he?
Abbott bowls, and that's through to the keeper. No run. Yeah, he was one of those guys that his, again, not great radio, but side on, his action was fine and smooth. But if you looked at him from behind or in front, the quirk in his action tended to be that way.
He basically threw it, let's put it that way.
No, I don't think he did.
Didn't he?
I think
Well, that was the reason.
I think he threw it in the same sense that a lot of modern players threw it. The elbow did. There was a kink there, but it wasn't a throw. That next ball up to mid-on. You wouldn't say, for example, that Muralitharan threw it, would you?
Well, I don't know, if I'm honest. You know, you hear things from time to time. I'm not saying everybody does it all the time. A lot of bowlers over the years have done it from time to time.
Yeah, it's that what do they call it? Extension or something, isn't it?
Yeah. It's a bit more scientific now, isn't it? Working it out. They didn't used to be.
Yeah. It's 146 for 6. That next ball is defended. He would certainly have played a lot more times for England, I think, if it hadn't been for that question mark over his action. Jeff Cope, very fine bowler, and in county cricket for Yorkshire.
I should look up his record, really, shouldn't I? As we're talking about it.
62 to Bess, who's shot ahead in this partnership. And Will Frayne, who's been out there since the second over of the morning, he's on 51. Abbott bowls, and Frayne again defends. He's going to get a single this time because they've pushed cover point back to the boundary, so comfortable one to be had there.
So he's 75 years old now.
It happens. You'll get there one day, Jamie.
I hope so. 246 first-class matches, played 3 tests as well. And also played 2 one-day internationals.
Just coming in when he was involved with England, weren't they? The old one-day internationals getting popular. Next delivery again goes like the leg cutter that went like a leg break. And Bessie's looking around saying, goodness gracious, what's happened with that? Pitch somewhere around off stump, 4th stump, something like that. Angled away. Taken in front of first slip by the keeper. What do you found him on the...
Yeah, so 686 first-class wickets, averaged 24 with his off-spin. His 3 tests yielded 8 wickets at 34, but I'm just looking at his test matches. They were in Pakistan, so that would have been hard work in the late 70s. Well, it's hard work anyway. Played first class between 66 and 1980, so I think it was 1979 I played against him.
Just caught the end of his career.
Yeah.
New over.
Holland, keeper standing up. On the back foot there is Frayne. Works it out to extra cover. And there is no run. I'm just looking at literally the first 2 lines of a way of introducing him. In a long career, dogged by difficulties with the fairness of his bowling action. Yeah, Jeff Cope showed both courage and persistence by remodelling his delivery. I think that's, yeah, I think maybe he was coming towards the end of that when I faced him. Yeah, that's we'll just get turned inside out there a little bit. Frayne trying to work that on the leg side. The ball goes out to the off. Stuart Richardson has tweeted at Solent Sport. He says, afternoon, I'm going to say Scarborough. I'm not going to say that other version. I'm coming to Scarborough tomorrow, come rain or shine, says Stuart. Scarborough is my all-time favourite ground to play and watch. Keep up the good work, says Stuart, who's in Helmsley. Where's that?
Helmsley?
Yeah. Length ball. Keeps a little low on Frayne. Just goes out a couple of yards on the offside square.
We've got a direction that Helmsley is apparently that way.
Between here and Ripon.
Oh, there you go.
So that would be east. No, that'd be west. So anyway, yeah.
Bit difficult to go very far east from here unless you've got a boat to go.
Of course, yes, that's to our left, isn't it? Frayne gets an inside edge, works that down towards that fine leg, not quite where he was aiming, but it's a single anyway. He moves on to 53, 147 for 6. John has tweeted and says at Solent Sport, Seaside Cricket Grounds, North Devon Cricket Club at Instow. Ever
Lovely,
been?
lovely.
You have?
Oh, yes.
Yeah?
Played there. I think, if I remember rightly, that's where Mark Lathwell started out.
Okay,
I'll probably be corrected on that one.
Batter, former batter. That's driven up to mid-on by Bess, fielded by Barker. Well, John says...
And another Somerset player that you might have played against, Brian Rowe, or somebody Rowe. Similar name to Brian Rose.
Doesn't ring a bell. I'd have to think about that. John anyway says, it's the nicest place I've ever been to watch cricket on a sunny day. It's breathtaking and literally a wall between the ground and high tide. Is that right?
Well, yeah, very close to the sea.
It's on the line of leg stump. I think that may be an inside edge onto the pad. We'll just wait to see what umpire Peter Hartley's signal is. It doesn't look as though he's going to signal anything, so it was an inside edge. And Frayne moves on to 53. At the end of that over, Yorkshire are 147 for 6.
Played golf there, obviously not at the cricket club, but North Devon, I think North Devon Golf Club, where we sort of conned our way on during a cricket tour, and all said we needed a handicap of 18 or something. And one of my friends wasn't the greatest golfer in the world. He stood on the first tee and people watching in the clubhouse. and there was a little brook about 60 yards in front of the first tee. And he said, I'm not going to hit it in the brook, I'm not going to hit it in the brook, I'm not going to hit it in the brook. And he didn't. He knocked his third into the brook. Oh, dear old Dave Kane down there in Morden. You hear the fireworks going off behind us. As, Abbott Bowles driven nicely by Bess. He's going to get a quick single just wide of mid-off for 1. That takes the score on to 149. I was expecting the cheer, but the board's gone up. The board's ahead of me. Yeah.
What's the fireworks for then?
It's the reenactment of the Battle of River Plate that happens several times on the pond back there and on Peasholm Park. So,
River Plate's in Argentina, isn't it?
Well, yes, it would be. But there are only so many battles you can reenact on a pond in Scarborough on a Monday afternoon, and the Battle of River Plate is one of them.
Okay.
Have you not seen the pond?
No.
Behind in the park. Oh, it's good. They've got pedalos in the shape of dragons and things like that. You can go on there as well.
Okay.
You're a bit naive when it comes to Scarborough, aren't you?
Well, to be honest, when you come and play cricket, and that's it, that's all you do, really. You don't really do anything else.
Cricketers end up on pedalos. We know this very, very well. Very well indeed. Abbott bowling and Frayne defending, pushing it back down the wicket. Very wrong.
I mean, let's be honest, unless there's rain or something that stops this game, we're going to have very little chance to get onto that pond.
Well, I suppose so. You can wander down that lunchtime, I suppose. You'd have enough time. It's not very far behind. Not very far behind.
Well, obviously, well, yeah.
But it sounds as though the battle's over now. I couldn't even tell you who won, but I
that
know
was
it
quick.
was a battle of, well, it was. It was. I don't know who the Argentines were playing in that battle, but it didn't last long, did it? Abbott Bowles hooked by Bess and caught. So I think that has come off his bat or his glove. It's ballooned up into the air. He's looking for the hook shot. Short ball. There were fielders out for it, but it's looped up into the slip region. I think that's probably come off a shoulder. Has it? It's certainly gone up in the air very comfortably. Catch has been taken. And applause as he walks off. In fact, it's Will Frayne who's walking off. Apologies. It's Will Frayne who went for that hook shot from off the glove. And it came off something. Pretty sure it didn't come off his helmet, but he's getting great applause there. And he on, and I'd gone there for a minute as well. JMO can't work out which microphone he's and which microphone he isn't. So Bess is still there. He's got 64. Frayne has departed. And a wicket for Abbott. Jordan Thompson, the man who makes something happen, walking out to the middle. And the score now 149 for 7. So Kevin Howell's moving back in. You're gonna
just for a short time, DT, because
but the listeners always like you and me.
Just you and me,
boy. Bit comforting.
Keeping the ship afloat for the time being, whilst the others are off doing other things. JMO's got his good people on the south coast to speak to.
Keeping the pedalo afloat, maybe.
Yeah. It's not a pond at the back; it's a proper lake.
Is it?
Yeah.
Well, it's a big, what is a lake if it's not a big pond?
I suppose. I'll give you that.
Thank you. You see what happened with that wicket.
No,
it must have come off something to
you
land up where it
commentating.
was. Abbott Bowles, and that's off the mark straight away with Jordan Thompson. He's a thickish edge between the 3 slips and gully. He's a left-hander, of course, and that's edged down towards the Scarborough Pavilion, away to our left. And applause for the Yorkshire 150. 2 runs coming from that shot. No, I was just trying to work out, we saw him play the hook shot. We saw a short ball, we saw him play the hook shot. We were looking down here, looking to fine leg to see whether there was a catch on.
Yes.
And the next thing, they're all jumping around in the slips. So we assume it somehow got into the slip.
So somehow it ended up here at the boundary, and they threw it back to the slip for the slip to claim the catch.
You think to yourself, well, the only way it could have got there really is off the shoulder or something, or the helmet maybe. That next delivery from Abbott through past out the forward push of Thompson. So 151.46. The last time I saw Jordan Thompson in action, he was going burlesque at the end of that semi-final on T20 finals day, and scoring a very quick 50 for Yorkshire, which alas wasn't enough. And of course Hampshire went on to win that game, win that tournament indeed. They didn't win that game because it was Lancashire beating Yorkshire, but they won the tournament.
Well, Yorkshire saying the frame's gone. He gloved a pulled at Abbott, which looped over the slips, though not far enough to clear Weatherly, who clung on one-handed over his head. Excellent 53 they had, and it comes to an end, which it was.
Excellent 53. It was a good innings. Holland goals defended into the offside, and there's no run. What else are they saying? Is there anything else? That was a very good. He couldn't just have come off his glove because he's not going to carry that far without him walking off and looking for.
We'll have a look at it a bit later on. What I do want to say is that in the last 10 or 15 minutes, I went out and about there. Lovely atmosphere around the ground.
Oh, of course.
Good stuff.
Holland bowls, driven, no run, fielded out extra cover.
I feel as though I've done enough there to keep you company for a short time, DT. Otherwise, all sorts could have been said on air.
I was enjoying my little spells on with you.
It's always good to leave and wanted more. I think you're the person that first taught me that, a very important lesson. I've got to go back on there because, of course, for listeners on Sports Extra, we've got probably we're off to Lancashire in a second. But anyway, bowlers coming in, DT.
That's turned away down to long leg, whether it's off the pad or the bat we don't know until the umpire signals it's off the pad. 1 run, 152 for 7. Now Kevin James moving back in. Now make sure you're in the right spot this time. That's it.
Is it that one now?
It is. You're back on.
I'm just looking at the Battle of the River Plate.
Oh, there we go. And
the Battle of the River Plate was fought in the South Atlantic on the 13th of December 1939 as the first naval battle of the Second World War.
There you go then. And that's what's reenacted on. It's not every afternoon you disturbed by those. I think it's a couple of times a week.
So it's done on those pedlos.
I don't think it's a pedalo. I think they have little boats. It's like a. Next delivery is. Played away by Thompson, wide of deep backward point. He runs around to third to do the fielding, sends his throw in, and Thompson very quickly back for a second run. I think he's more Captain Pugwash than it is sort of great naval battles. It's something that you might have sort of produced at home. Next delivery is pushed into the offside. No run there. But it's an entertainment.
Yeah, no, I agree.
If you're here with the family, let's go along and have a look at the Battle of the River Plate.
Definitely. A few fireworks thrown in as well. It's quite good, isn't it? David Collicott's listening from Los Angeles. God, I haven't heard from David for a while because obviously until Hampshire play, because I know he listens mainly to Yorkshire. He's loving the coverage. Seaside cricket in Long Beach, just southwest of Los Angeles.
Oh, that sounds good. Moves across his stumps as Thompson there tries to swing that one over square leg. Struck on the pad, an anguished cry from the bowler rather than appeal, and that is the end of the over. 154 for 7.
Now, didn't I watch Jordan Thompson pummel the ball to all parts of Edgbaston?
You did.
In the semi-final against Lancashire. Did. Wow, what a cameo that was at the end.
That was one of Yorkshire's fastest 50s. I think, was it off 15, 16 balls, something like that.
It was amazing.
Strikes the ball very hard. He's known. Doidge likes to introduce him as the man who makes things happen. So he certainly made things happen there, but Lancashire got home rather comfortably. And when I last saw you on finals day, Lancashire looked as though they were going to rather comfortably get home in the final, didn't they?
They choked.
Do you reckon?
Yeah. They started off well. They had the game in the bag. And just in the middle overs, they just choked. As Abbott bowls, it's slightly short of a length. Best on his toes, turns it around on the leg side, moves on to 65, 155 for 7.
Pitch was dying, wasn't it?
Well, I mean, as everybody says, the scores during the day get lower and lower. That's nothing new. But to say that it's just because the pitch got slower that Lancashire didn't win that is completely wrong. They got into a great position to win the game. They just couldn't put it away. And Hampshire's bowlers just bowled superbly on the day.
How did you 156 for 7? I'll ask you after this ball how you actually commentated through those final 2 deliveries.
Here's Abbott outside the off stump, left alone by Thompson. Well, I didn't. It was my colleague Melissa Story that did it. I thought she did a fantastic job because obviously everybody was celebrating. Well, everyone on the Hampshire side and the supporters were celebrating.
You were jumping around at the back of the box or something?
Well, I wasn't quite jumping around. I was just pleased for them. But of course, and everybody thought that was it, game, set and match. And then what seemed like an absolute age afterwards, Graham Lloyd, the umpire, had his hand out, signalling a no ball. It was, but then came a great piece of captaincy from James Vince, where in the moment, all the fireworks had gone off, and as I say, people were celebrating, and including the Hampshire players mainly. That's all back in the air, just past the outstretched hand of Kyle Abbott. I think he got fingers on it.
Yep.
Took the pace off it. Barker fielding at mid-off, but got into that shot a little bit too early there, Jordan Thompson. Yeah, and there was a great moment where James Vince then just, when they realised they had to bowl another ball, just got everybody, all the Hampshire players together in a huddle, and just got everybody just to calm down and just say, look, hang on a minute, this game's not over. I mean, the obvious things, but in the heat of the moment, as he said, actually his experience came to the fore there because he's in big moments. He's, even as a captain, he's won finals. And he said, I knew I had to calm everybody down as Abbott bowls. Thompson flicks that away and he's got a leading edge up towards mid-off. He's trying to flick that away through mid-wicket.
I think Thompson needs to calm down.
He does need to calm down. Yes, he does.
He did really well. And
great piece of captaincy.
I was very, very impressed with the bowler as well. Superb.
Nathan Ellis.
He first of all, the Yorker to win the game once.
Yeah.
Like, obviously not impressed that he's overstepped, but and then was it sort of slower ball?
He's got a great slower ball, one of the best. You could see that as the tournament was going on. That's driven on the up by Thompson. He's got that right. It's gone through the covers, but that's a good piece of fielding from Fuller, running back from extra cover. That'll take the Yorkshire total on to 156 for 7, and Thompson on to 5. There was one moment, I think, because Nathan Ellis is not a big name by any stretch of the imagination. He only played 2 games in the IPL for Punjab, I think it was. So he came over. I mean, he got into the Aussie one-day side a little bit as well, so recently, but not generally known. And I remember there was a game. We started that competition with 4 losses. You wouldn't think it, would you? Here comes Abbott, bowls to Best, pulls that around, short delivery. It's gone between 2 fielders, as it not quite. Ian Holland comes round from fine leg, and that'll be just a single. 157 for 7, fielded just in front of the pavilion here, to our left end of Abbott's over. And I think the Surrey defeat was something like Hampshire's 4th in a row, and it was horrible. Hampshire just couldn't get anything right around that sort of time. It was the fourth of 4 defeats. And he, in a game where Surrey scored 228, he bowled 4 overs, none for about 20. And he bowled some slower balls in that. And I think that was the first time that you look at that and you think, oh, hello, this guy possesses a really good slow ball. And of course, as the competition went on, and you saw more and more of it, absolutely superb. So
we've got possibly this over and another one to go before tea at 3:45. Oh, dear, maybe only this one, because Ian Holland's running, and he's got right up to the crease, and Dominic Bess has pulled away. Bess on 66, 157 for 7.
I don't know how much you saw of that final, but there was one moment where Ellis bowled a slower ball to Danny Lamb, and I think Danny Lamb played about 3 shots to it and was still about a foot away from it. It was brilliant.
Holland starts his over now, and that's whipped away by Best down to deep square leg for a single. Yeah, it's very, very impressive to be able to bowl a slower ball in that situation. What would have happened if they got one run off that ball?
They would have won it. Because
Hampshire would still have won it.
No, Lancashire would have won it.
So they needed a dot ball.
They needed two, got one.
Yeah.
Oh no, they needed one and got. Oh, they needed two and got one. Yeah.
Yeah.
So Hampshire won by one. That's right.
Next delivery is beating Thompson outside the off stump as he pushed forward there. But at least he was looking to defend, which he hasn't done since he came in. T is due at 3:45, which for our listeners in Thailand is actually 9:45, because I know we've got at least one over there.
That's quite a good time then, isn't it, for them?
Oh, excellent. Next delivery is crashed into the offside by Thompson. That's what's so good for. That's why Asia generally big into the Premier League football. You see, because it's an evening watch over there. First game kicks off sometime around 6:30 time, 7 o'clock. So Kevin Howe's just passing a message over. Holland bowls, and that's cracked again off the back foot, but again to short extra cover. Yeah, so you go and find yourself a nice cold one, get the footy on the screen, and splendid way of watching Arsenal yet again throw away fourth place. These things happen. So Thompson, what's he going to do with this one? Bowls and defends. And since he had that little burst of nonsense in the last over, he's just calmed down a bit, hasn't he? Perhaps.
Yeah, he's a little bit lucky, isn't he? Really, but maybe just realised now. Maybe Bess has had a word with him as well, and he's probably just realised that.
Plenty of time to bat.
Well, and also, maybe that partnership before him, he thinks, well, actually, the wicket's a lot easier to bat on, but there are still balls out there that are going to take wickets.
Holland to the left-hander bowls, and he whips that again very wristily, but again he can't get it past. Short extra cover, and again there is no run. So action replays for the last three deliveries of that over. 15847.
So we are going to get one more over in before tea, and Kyle Abbott will bowl it. The sun has been conspicuous by its absence in about the last 20 minutes, half an hour or so. Again, I tell you what, if this ground had been about 2 o'clock as we looked, a bit further that way, I think we would have caught a bit of rain, wouldn't we? We've been lucky where we are. We seem to have missed a fair chunk. And it looks like some more grey cloud coming over, but I think we're going to miss that as well. Here's that Abbott, bowls to Best. That's bounced outside the off stump, and he's playing a missing. Best just stands there. I think Abbott and Best both just saying, well, I don't know where that's come from, and Best says, well, I don't think you're going to expect me to edge that either. I think that was quite good-natured, actually. That did bounce and lift.
Yeah.
Just get a feeling, if you're watching the live picture feed, that there's a few children out there ready to come onto the pitch. And are they allowed on the field here and playing with bat and ball? I think they are, yeah. It looks like they're ready to go.
They are warming up.
Ready to get out there. As Abbott comes in again and bowls to... Oh, he's edged to a caught second slip. And that is a really good catch. Liam Dawson diving to his left in front of Vince. And Dawson held on to it, bucket hands. And Best goes for 67. And Yorkshire will go in at tea, 158 for 8.
Yeah, vital blow that. Just brings the afternoon session that was won comfortably, really, by Yorkshire. Just clawed back a little bit by Hampshire, because from 158 for 8, you won't be expecting to Yorkshire to get much more than 175, 180 from this position. Bess is getting good applause, as you can hear, affects Mike as he walks up. He's dragging himself off the pitch, really. He knew perhaps there was a century on for him there. We saw what happened last week, or the week before, with Lyde and Tattersall, and he's very disappointed to get out there, having done the hard work. Batted all the way through that session, took Yorkshire from 33 for 6 to what they are now, 158 for 8. Gone, caught Dawson bowled Abbott for 67. Frayne also making a 53 to him. He was also caught in the slips by Weatherly, diving backwards off Abbott. So Abbott's done his work this afternoon for the title chasers. 158 for 8. They'll go off. They'll be very pleased with that situation at tea. I've got a cheese sandwich and a banana. I don't know what you're going to have, but we're going to natter away until 3:45.
So 158 for 8 then Yorkshire in that afternoon session. Will Frayne out for 53, Don Bess out for 67. They put on 116 for the 7th wicket, and Kyle Abbott has 4 for 36. If you're listening on BBC 5 Sports Extra, we'll hand you back to Kevin House. If you're on the live picture feed, and indeed on BBC Sports Online, we'll also take a break, and we'll be back with you in just under 20 minutes' time.
My lot to book me into the Cressy, and they told me I was booked in Sunday, Monday and Wednesday, and I had all my stuff all over my room, and I think I was supposed to check out this morning. Yeah.
Better find the hotel.
Exactly.
Have you got nowhere to stay tonight?
No.
We can all stay.
Especially when they kicked off that about the breakfast must be at 8 o'clock.
Could come down. There's a fair bit of black cloud over the back. So.
You want to take a stroll around?
Yeah, just debated it as well. do you want to carry on with me, DT, after tea? Oh, I can't remember how long you've been on for now. Well, you both did 45 minutes, didn't you? Kev's on at 5. I'll be on loads in this last session as usual because I've got loads of updates. What have I got? 4:20, 4:30. I suppose I'd better. What time we're back out at? 4:05. So if I do the first hour, something like that, I've got to be back on for 5. I can do I've got an update to at 5:20 that I don't have to do live. I can do that on PNG and send it. But I have to be on live for 5:33. So, are you still okay to go in at 5, Kev? At this moment in time? Are you still okay for 5 o'clock?
Yes, please.
Right, 5 o'clock. 4:05. So you replace me at 5. I'll just stay on till Kev comes in at 5. So if you start, then you can have a. We met. No. Kev, he's coming in at 5 o'clock for half an hour. That's it. With one of you two. Yeah. And Kev comes back, and the two Kevs together. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'm on with him, so. Yeah, because the only half hour I'll get is the one between 5 and 5:30. We're not. We haven't done a bit. Right. Yep. Somebody's sending in photos of the P-Zone Park naval battle. Hastings Cricket Ground is a shopping centre, but there isn't a centre. Did